All right, we'll get started here in a moment. All right, we'll look to get started here. It's March 9th, 2022. We are in the Washington City Council chambers for our workshop meeting. Our meetings are also broadcast on our city website via YouTube, washingtoncity.org/meetings. I'd like to excuse Councilmember Martinson, who is unable to be here this evening. At this time, I will call for an approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I can make the approval of our workshop meeting agenda for March 9th, 2022.
I have a motion by Ivy,
I'll second that, Mayor.
a second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 2, which is a presentation and discussion on the Stormwater Impact Fee Facilities Plan and Analysis. And we'll look to our city engineer, Paul Mogul.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, City Council. So we hired civil science to look at our storm drain master plan, do an evaluation of that. Last time it had been done was in 2014. So with all the growth and development and all the impacts to storm drain, we felt the need to update our stormwater master plan. And so that's what we hired civil science to do. We have Cody Howick and Kelvin Smith with civil science, and I'll turn the time over to them.
Perfect. Thanks, Paul. And we appreciate the opportunity to be here with you, Mayor, and Council, and appreciate working on this with the city. Kind of give you some background. We were hired probably 2 years ago to do this. As we got into it, there was a lot of changes. We redid the model, and so about a year into it, we put it
Colby,
together.
our recorder's just asking for you to say your name. I know Paul just said it. Maybe you wouldn't mind saying
Cody
it one more
Howick
time.
with Civil Science, and then I've got Kelvin Smith here with Civil Science too.
Thank you.
So, perfect. And then over the last year, we've been going through reviews with city staff, city engineer, and things like that. So that's the point we are now, and we feel really good with the product we have and ready to show it to you today. Kelvin Smith obviously is the brains behind this. I'm not going to get you wrong. And then Justin Jones is our engineer. He wasn't able to make it today. So we'll, if we have any technical questions, we'll have Kelvin kind of chime in. So, well, I think you all are familiar with master plans and impact fee studies, but just to reiterate, your last one was done in 2014. By state law, you're supposed to update these on a regular basis. 6 years is kind of the idea behind updating those. It's also a guide and a plan for future. And then one of the purposes of this plan was to create a spatially accurate model, which is different than what you had in the past. So we worked with your GIS department to get GIS data for all the storm drain infrastructure in the city, and we created a model that's spatially accurate. That was something different. And then obviously the results of this are seen on the map, and we want to get projects and we want to know costs associated with that are impact fee eligible and not non-impact fee eligible. So I've done this a lot with city councils. This is the easiest approach. There's 5 questions we're trying to answer with an impact fee study. Number 1, who's using the system? So in this case, it's the citizens and businesses of Washington City. What do you have currently? What do you need? How do we get you what you need? And how much does it cost? If you boil it down, we use big words like analysis, inventory, modeling. That's what we're trying to answer. And so that's the approach we took to this master plan and impact fee study. So we'll go through each one of those. So number one, who is using the system? So that's the residents of Washington City. This is pretty easy. We keep this consistent with all your other master plans. The growth rates associated and you have assumed in your other studies, we keep with that. So your water master plan, your sewer master plan, your parks and rec master plan, and that ensures that all the plans are coordinated and in sync. And just to give you an idea, if you grow faster than you think, you're gonna get more money from impact fees. If you grow slower, you'll get less money. And so those improvements, all it is, it's attributable to growth. So, okay, number two question, what do you have? So when we're talking stormwater, hopefully everyone understands what stormwater is. It's rainfall, and how do we manage large storm events that happen in the city, because they cause problems. You have 13 large drainage areas. You can see there with the color-coded map what those are. In those 13 drainage areas, there's 260 subbasins. So in those subbasins, you have storm drain infrastructure, you've got channels, you've got washes, you've got roads, and in total you have 69 detention basins, 831 manholes, and about 853 pipes sitting there in the ground. And then obviously when we're looking at stormwater, we're looking at storm events, and you'll hear the engineers say a lot, like that was the 100-year event or 50-year event, 10-year event. And really what we're saying is if it's a 100-year event, it has a 1% chance of occurring that year. So 10-year and so forth. I don't know if right there, yeah, go ahead, Kelvin.
Kelvin Smith with Civil Science. Those numbers on the number of pipes and manholes are the number that was modeled. The number of pipes and infrastructure and manholes part of the city system is roughly double that. And we were just looking at the main lines to address citywide drainage and try to find some general projects and not very specific, isolated, an intersection or one inlet.
Let's go. Good point. So at the master plan, we're looking like at that 30,000 foot level and not like on the foot level. So we try to just keep that to things that are manageable. The next thing we did, so that answers kind of what you have, right? And that takes a lot of effort. I mean, we had to get with your GIS department and figure out what you have, what's been put in since the last master plan. And we worked with city staff, we worked with Lester, Dalton specifically, and Andy to get the information we needed for this. So this was a group effort as a whole. We plugged that in. So now the next question on there is, what do you need? So how do we figure out what you need? First of all, this is where we go to engineering school, figure out what you need. So not to bore you with engineering stuff, but we put it in a model. Here's our GIS-based model, and we house this. We're going to give it to Paul, so he has access to it, but it shows all the pipes and inlets and things that are modeled throughout the city on a map. So we could put an arrow behind there. You can see where you're at. So that was the first thing, getting a GIS-based model put together. Next slide. Perfect. Here's some other elements when we're trying to figure out what we need. Understanding the basin and flow paths. So remember, there's 260 subbasins, so trying to figure out where those all go. When we're looking at the model, we're looking at soil data. So you could have very porous soils in some areas of the city. You could have clays that aren't as porous. So we look at the soil type and we look at the land use to try to develop, how much, if a storm event happens here, how much flow could we possibly have? And that's how we size and develop our infrastructure and our recommended improvements. That's a long story. Kelvin and I were thinking the other day, that probably is like 400 hours of work right there in itself. So, next slide. Cities, kind of to give you an idea how we size this, it's called routing. And so there's different ways to route storms. obviously most of us think like storm drain pipes, right? Well, we only size those for 10-year storms. And some of the storms we've been seeing over the past few years have been 100-year storms. And typically, as an engineer, we try to design to we could design to a 1,000-year storm if you wanted us to, but it's not feasible and not economical. So in general, your infrastructure's sized for 10-year storms, and then your routing through streets, channels, things like this you see in Main Street help cover the 100-year storm events, detention ponds, things like that. So after we plug that in the model, we push play, it's as easy as that, then we understand where your problem areas are on your existing system. And so you can see that here a little bit with the heat colored maps, and we go through each of these problem areas. We meet with staff and we say, okay, our model's saying this, what are you seeing in the field though? And what problem areas do you have? And we work together with staff. I think that's super important to understand, to develop, what can we do in these areas to improve and make our model and make it work for those events. So that's anything to add to that, Kelvin? I mean, we could get into the weeds, but
Just one thing, it's, this is the basis for everything, for the financials, for all the projects. We try to solve as many problems as we can, the best way we can, within the scope of the report. So we try to address each of those orange and red and yellow areas so that when we rerun the model, we get projects and those areas are no longer severe problem areas.
so that kind of tells us, where do you need projects throughout the city? And then we meet with the city. We okay, what if we upsize the pipe here? Does that solve the problem? Great, it solves the problem. Okay, that's a project. And that's kind of what you see here. We go from what do you need to get to how do we solve what you need. So next slide there, Paul. So there's another picture, kind of, what do you need? So we model those, just like Kelvin said, and then we come up with projects. And those, not to get into details, but each of those projects has a cost to it, and it has a description of what that is in the report. So we can go through each one of those. We gave you a big map, so you can go look at those. And then we've organized those by drainage area, as you see there. So I'm going to turn the time over to Kelvin. He's going to go through a little bit of what you need in maybe each basin. And if you have questions as we go through this, we'll be able to answer those. So now we're to, okay, how do we get what we need? Here's the projects we need. Go ahead, Kelvin.
The projects, like Cody said, are separated into drainage areas. The 3-letter prefix is representative of those drainage areas: Grapevine, Green Springs East, Green Springs West, Gypsum, Mill Creek, Stookie Farms, Stookie Debris Basin. That's what we show in this first one. And those project IDs are carried throughout the entire report and all the maps. So anytime you see that, you can verify that with a map or verify it with the table. We'll go to the next one. And then the rest of the projects, which include Washington Dam area and the Washington Fields area. Something of note is there are no projects in the Sienna Hills, Coral Canyon, or Long Valley areas. That is because they're within the PCD zones and handle their own master plan drainage.
I don't know if you have any questions regarding any of those projects. Again, you got to remember we're looking at it from the 30,000-foot level. And so do we know exactly where these projects are? Some of them we don't yet.
Cody, the mic so you can start it.
Are they ranked in order of,
No. No. Yep.
Alphabetical.
I think they're all important. And obviously, as growth dictates, these projects will move priority levels, if that makes sense. I don't know if Paul or Lester or Mike, if you have anything to add to those.
We have coordinated with civil science on what they feel are the top priority ones and have incorporated them into next year's projects, 2023 and 2024 projects.
And obviously, as growth is a big factor, also when we're improving and building new roads, that makes sense to do those in conjunction with the road improvements.
Yes, for sure. All right, Paul, let's go to the next slide. So now you know, go back to those questions, right? What do you have? What do you need? How do we get what you need? Well, and the final answer, guess, how much does it cost? And so we take all these projects, we put together cost estimates for each individual project, which you see there, and then we apply an impact fee eligibility percentage, which is determined, right there we go. And then, so obviously if it's an existing deficiency in your city, it's usually not impact fee eligible, but if it's attributable to growth, then it is. And so we go through each project, we identify that, and then that's kind of a summary you see there. Sorry, I don't have, so $21 million worth of stormwater improvements, where 17 million of that is eligible due to growth. Divide that by how many ERCs, which is like a residential unit we plan on coming in, and that's how we calculate your impact fee. So your current impact fee is $4,703. We are recommending a maximum allowable by state law. We can recommend the maximum you can charge at $47,494. So there's a possibility of an increase of $46 just based on what you would, as council, recommend there. And again, keeping in mind that the impact fee is calculated based on developable area and charged per acre cost. Okay.
So your estimates are based off 2020 numbers, 2021 numbers? Pretty sure it's not 2022 numbers.
2021.
2021, okay. So I just want to,
Yeah.
things have gone up.
There's some pretty hefty
that.
contingencies in there as well. So typically on a planning level, we're 25% contingency on most of our estimates. So.
And you expect that would cover increasing inflation and costs pretty well?
Do we have inflation included in those? No.
Okay.
Hey, Cody or Kelvin, whoever might better answer this, it's been 8 or so years since we updated this plan. Can you just talk to a little bit to where we've been and where we are now? I mean, it seems like over that period of time, we've made a lot of improvements to our overall storm drain system. Can you just speak to a little bit to the progress that we've made and highlight maybe some of the things that are helping? I mean, obviously we don't get rain often, but when we do, we get it in bunches, especially during that monsoon season in July. Can you talk maybe just a little bit to, some of this area up north of Maine and maybe in some of those areas in the fields that get hit particularly?
So I'll kind of turn the time over to Kelvin, but first, whenever we do a master plan, we take your old one and we go through it and try to figure out what you've done. Well, we took your old master plan, and I was telling Kelvin, I'm like, you've done everything. Like, you've done a lot of work. And we were crossing a lot of projects off. I mean, you can see how many projects are on here. That's about the amount of projects we were crossing off on your old master plan. So yes, you have been doing the work. And I was really impressed when we started this of how much work you guys have done and accomplished. But speaking with regards to certain areas, I think Kelvin can speak a little better to that.
The biggest change was in the growth. Generally, in the last last 5 years, especially the beginning of those last 5 years, all the growth happened in the Green Springs area. And that's where a large chunk of the previous master planned improvements were. And those were completed and developed and built. And as growth continues, on a citywide, we look at growth on a citywide, but the projects really look at what's going to be developed, what can be developed. And that is generally Washington Fields and the Washington Dam area, which is why almost half of the projects are there. But as Cody said, a lot of work has been done, and it's been very impressive to see the master plan come through and be implemented. And that's the basis. That's where we start from. And so there's always places to improve, and you have improved your system, and we're just looking at growth, making sure we can capture the increased runoff from developments as we put in roads, as we put in homes. There's not soil, there's less soil to soak up the rain because we're putting these impervious surfaces on that just run the water off. So we need to slow that down with detention basins and capture that in your large system, mostly pipes.
I think in general, you have some large projects on the horizon with NRCS and some stuff up above Main Street to help with some of your flooding as well.
And I guess with that said, with what we've done over the last years, it's just a really big thank you to Public Works and all the work that you've done. I mean, while we're experiencing this growth, you've been keeping right up with it and doing a really good job. Kelvin, I want to also we had a great conversation on the phone yesterday, and would you mind just telling those here, how many hours you've spent on this plan? I found it just really humbling, the amount of work you've put into this.
We've got a few hundred hours into it as a whole project team, and I'm just over 500 hours on this project.
So it's safe to say that you've taken a very detailed look at this overall plan for stormwater management.
Yep. And then another part of that is Justin Jones, who couldn't be here. He has a lot of background knowledge in the Stookie Farms area and Washington Fields area that previously, working as, a lot of development down there and fixing issues that we knew were down there, and working with Lester and his staff and Mike and his staff and trying to figure that out. So,
Council, any questions for Cody or Kelvin?
I've got one more slides here, so let's go to the last. So that's the impact fee, maximum allowable fee that you can charge due to growth. Now we look at items such as maintenance and projects that aren't impact fee eligible. We put that, kind of sum those up together, you see that there, and then we divide it by the total ERCs you have in the city based on your current users, and that's how we come up with a monthly rate. And so you see that right there. We calculated it again. It came in at the same exact number of $6.80. So that kind of covers you due to growth, covers kind of your existing system as well and maintenance of it. And that answers the 5 questions we started with. And so, again, we appreciate working on this with the city. And I don't know if you have any other questions or concerns.
I just was going to say, I really appreciate your very professional presentation and good work on that. And, Public Works does a fantastic job, and we appreciate that. So,
perfect. Thank you.
Paul, do you have anything to add before we wrap this portion up? And we'll see again in a few hours at our next meeting. But
no, just appreciate the work that these guys did. Appreciate a lot of this stuff was done before I came on, so I'll take all the credit, and give very little to Lester and Mike and those guys that did the behind the scenes stuff. They actually did all the work. I just came on at the end and said, yeah, let's go with it. So I'll take the credit, but it really goes to those guys and Civil Science for putting this together.
well, thank you very much. We'll have this on the next meeting agenda. Thank you. Okay, moving on is item 3, which is a review of a proposed Still Solar 1B project transaction schedule under the Master Firm Power Supply Agreement with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems, and our Power Director, Rick Hansen.
That's a mouthful, sorry.
I almost said UAMPS, but I felt like it should be.
I think we're fairly safe in this small group. The purpose of this project or participating with UAMPS is to, as you're well aware, we are continually always looking for affordable resources for our power system. The opportunity came up. Some of you were here back in 2022, or excuse me, in 2020, I think it was December of 2020, we elected to participate in the Steel Solar Project 1A, is what it's called now. It was originally a 40 megawatt, half of a solar plant up by Plymouth, Utah, right on the Utah-Idaho border. We elected to participate for just under 1,300 kilowatts in that project. The other half of the project was going to be used or purchased the output by a different entity. That entity backed out and approached UAMPS if they'd be interested in taking the second half or the second 40 megawatts. And so in consulting with Jake and Jeremy and others in the department, we decided to be a little more aggressive on this participation. And originally our request was for 5 megawatts or 5,000 kilowatts. One of the participants in UAMPS elected not to pursue it, and that's where we get the interesting 5747 number, because it went proportionately to the others that were interested in taking that. And the basic parameters for the power purchase agreement are virtually identical to the Steel 1A. In fact, in doing this, it lowered the Steel 1A by 10 cents a kilowatt hour, and they'll blend those two together for the 31.35 per megawatt hour, which is 3.1 cents. So it is a renewable resource that has those limitations, that it's only going to be there when the sun's shining in Plymouth, and so we'll get our percentage, in this case, the 14.37% of what comes out of that part of that project. So the price is good, and solar matches our load profile a little better than wind, because wind, you never know when it's going to be there. So we would recommend that the council approve moving forward. We met with the power board last week on the 1st, and they unanimously recommended to the council to participate as well. So if you got any questions, I can try to answer them. And again, it's a non-carbon based resource that everybody's sensitive to right now, and we're trying to increase that in our portfolio.
Questions for Rick?
Oh, Rick, you did a good job in Power Board, and I think, for me, it makes sense.
And to give a little perspective, even this upcoming summer, this won't be online by then. The first phase will be online this December, and then this phase would be hopefully for the following summer. But even during peak times, we're still going to be in the market. And so the need for this resource is definitely there.
So one of the key things I like is we're locked in at that 31.35 price, which is huge compared to what we could be in the fluctuating market. So that's what I liked about the deal, is that it gives us a locked in rate.
Yeah, it's a 25-year power purchase agreement on both phases. And then we also have the Red Mesa Solar that will be coming on later this year. So that will help.
I really like how you're conscientious about finding the cheapest power rates, and I'm always 100% in on that. So
Thank you. Well,
users appreciate that.
it's a challenge, and with what's going on in Europe right now, we're seeing it at the gas pump, and it's going to ripple through all the energy industry. So we'll do our best.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks, that was
Appreciate it.
easy. I like that.
We will, we'll also see you with the resolution in our next meeting. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, which is a discussion regarding the future name of 3650 South. So I'll start out on this conversation. This is 3650 South is a minor arterial 85-foot road, and it's a major east-west corridor. In our city, you can see that going to the east, it will tie in as it curves up north of the Red Cliffs Temple. It will tie into 1450 South in St. George, and that's under construction. And to the west, we're still in the design phase, but it will come up around the gypsum debris basin and tie into an interchange on SR7. So as the growth continues to happen in the fields, that's a major road. It has some significance not only because of the construction of the Red Cliffs Temple, but also of a major intersection that's been on this council's mind with the intersection of Washington Fields Road and 3650 South. So as I've thought about this has been on my mind for over 2 years. I've been having dialogue and conversation with representatives from St. George about the possibility of one common name along our 3650 South and their 1450 South as it curves and connects near the Red Cliffs Temple. And so as we've had conversations, the conversation had been slow for some time, and then as that road starts to take shape, as it's being cut in, the conversation has ramped up a little bit. And I know Councilman Ivy's had has reached out to some of you on that, and I actually just recently reached out to Mayor Randall of City of St. George, and we talked about that, and she also felt like that was a good idea to see if there could be some commonality on that road at our border. And so what we decided to do was to each of us invite a couple of council members, only 2, so as not to create a quorum, with our public works directors. And we actually had that meeting down. Mike hosted us in their conference room at Public Works, and we had a great conversation. It was very productive. And the result of that conversation, there were 3 names that kind of rose to the top, and I'll share those names with you. The first name that was considered is Dixie Drive, and the reasoning behind that is, ultimately 1450 South in St. George will punch through River Road and over the river and connect into Dixie Drive in St. George by the Dixie Convention Center. That made a lot of sense because that would be a continuation, albeit a very long continuation of that road. That road continues all the way east and west and north into Snow Canyon Parkway. So some of the challenges with that name was just the length of the road, and then a little bit of the street numbering with it extending that far east and then changing into a different municipality. But that was one of the top 3 names. Another name that was discussed and considered that Councilman Ivy had brought forward that was a great name was one with kind of local historical significance, and that was Honeymoon Trail. And so there's some history that of early pioneers coming from Arizona and eastern Utah, traveling through the across the rivers and over some of that rocky terrain as they would travel into the the St. George Temple. So this section of road is very near where a lot of that route would have been historically. So that was a second name, and then the third name was a name that I think actually there was quite a consensus that initially there was some consensus, and then afterwards it became more clear within those from our council and those that we've kind of discussed. It was a name that we felt like, as we discussed, really tied our communities together by the name itself. It also is historically significant to the founding of Washington City, and frankly, historically significant to the founding of America, and patriotic heritage and history that we have here. And so the name, that third name, and the one that rose to the top was George Washington Boulevard. And it seems fitting as you think about St. George and Washington and a road that connects our communities as neighbors, as you consider our name, the name of our city being named after George Washington, and certainly the historical significance of President Washington. So I think I know where most of you feel, but I'd love any other feedback. I think St. George will have this conversation with their council tomorrow. And I'm thinking, hoping that they're on the same page, but would love to get any public feedback or comment from our council.
I like the name. I think it makes sense with the two communities. I like the other two names too, but it made sense to cut off Dixie Drive somewhere because it's such a long road. So I like the aspect that we're working together with St. George to make a road that I can tell you most people don't know where our boundary is, except all of a sudden they're like, why am I on 3650 South? So it's good to have even though we're still going to have addressing things that go off of it, but most things aren't addressed off 3650 anyways until you get into, maybe the temple is, I don't know. But I think it's a good name, so I like it. Perfect.
Amen. I like it too. Thanks for the time that you guys have put into it to work through and have discussions about it.
It just feels right, doesn't it?
Is there like a formal vote that we'll take in the future on something like this
So,
that'll address it in each cities?
What I'm hopeful for is that as the St. George Council in their workshop, I believe tomorrow, I'm not positive it's tomorrow, but I believe it's tomorrow. I'm hopeful that the consensus amongst their council will be similar, and if that's the case, then I'm hopeful that the city of St. George and Washington City, that we'll move forward and formalize that at the right time, at the right meeting, and then certainly we would love to have have there be the appropriate feedback from citizenry, but this name is really good. I don't know that there would be a better one, and then ribbon cutting, press release, and then but we'll work through some of those details. But I do think it would take formal action on naming a road.
Mayor, excuse me, as this process took shape, the comments I wanted to make tonight are more in the line of what a great process and cooperation and understanding that we have a duty to our own heritage, our own history here in Washington, but we also, need to recognize that we have neighbors that are important to us as well. And this name, to me at first, I honestly thought, I took some time and thought about it. And I thought, what a better name than something that has the names of both cities in it. George, St. George, and Washington for George Washington. So to me, I do agree with Councilman Coates. It's a great name, and I think it will lend itself well. But to me, it was about the process and about cooperation and about government, in my opinion, working very well together.
I agree with everything that's been said, and I too agree with Councilman Ivy that I was really impressed and even touched when we met with St. George City, and they really reached out to us in cooperation, and it just feels right. George Washington, that to pay respect and to one of our founding fathers, especially because he's the one that we named our city after. I mean, it's just perfect for me. So,
and it doesn't hurt that our county was named that as well.
Well, thank you, Council, and appreciate all your input and your support. And I think it's pretty clear where we stand, and hopeful that our neighbors will feel the same. We'll move along. We have plenty of time, and we have a hard stop at 5:30. We'll move on to item 5, our last agenda item before adjournment, and I'll turn that over to Councilman Ivy. But this is about a proposed bill to make accessible to municipalities, federal land to aid in affordable housing. And I'll let him introduce that and also introduce any who are here to speak on that topic.
Thank you, Mayor Staley. I'm going to start at the beginning of this topic. A couple of years ago, I made a good friend when I joined the council a couple of years ago, and he's here in the audience. Raise your hand, Heath, so you'll know that I'm talking about you. Heath Hansen works for Senator Lee. He's the local aide here for Senator Lee, and he's going to come up in a moment and be able to share his take on this, but I wanted to introduce it first. But while we were discussing the need for a wheels park, a skate park in Washington, and we started looking at some of the processes to gain the land, he and I had a conversation about why that wouldn't be possible as well, to be able to accommodate, as the federal government says, housing shortages. And that started with a very small talk, but then Heath reached out, and we had conversations over the last years, and we'd have some brief conversations about this bill that Senator Lee is proposing. But while I was at the Capitol just a month ago, we met with Senator Lee's aides that actually are in his Washington bureau. And they shared with us some of the finer points of this bill that we knew was coming. I met with Senator Lee 2 Saturdays ago, and we had a conversation about this bill. And he shared some personal insights that I'd like to share with you. He first of all recognized that there's housing shortages. And one of the primary reasons for a housing shortage is because the cost of raw land. And we all know what that's doing in our community. So he shared out not only what he wants this bill to accomplish, but he also shared out what he felt would be very important to have municipality partners here in Utah that could advocate not only for this bill, but to help him in refining it so that when it reaches the municipalities here in Utah, that it's actually effective and actually works the way we intend it to. And so through that process and through conversations with Senator Lee's good help in Washington, D.C., we refined some of the conversation. And I want to be very clear about what we're doing here tonight, or what I'm asking for, Mayor, and that is, all this is tonight is just a nod from the council to say that we are interested in pursuing this and to have a hand in its process coming forward. Now, this will not cost the city anything. This is merely just being a part of those processes that may play out, that we might be a help to Senator Lee and his group in Washington, D.C. So I want to share with you now a little bit about the history and what it is about. Then I'm going to ask Mr. Hansen if he'll come up and share his information, and then at the very end, council, we have one of our newest employees, Jordan Hess, that is here in his first council meeting tonight. Welcome, Jordan. Appreciate you being here. And then he has a statement of support that we'd like to read for your consideration, council. It will kind of play out that way. If you'll just bear with me as I read this, I tried to minimize it, and every time I took something out, I put it back in. So bear with me. This is, it's called the Houses Act. Communities across the country, particularly in the West, are dealing with unprecedented housing affordability and housing availability challenges. The U.S. is now short 5.24 million homes, which has resulted in record housing prices. In 2021, the United States, with the highest increases year over year, were Arizona at 28.8%, Idaho at 28.7%, and Utah at 24.5%. Prompt action to increase the supply of housing will be vital to solving this challenge. Senator Lee promised to increase the available area for housing development of any kind, low-income housing, condominiums, apartments, single-family homes, etc., to allow each community to address their unique needs. The Helping Open Underutilized Space and Insure Shelters Act, that's an acronym for houses, Houses Act would create a new authority under the federal land. No, I did not make that up. Would create a new authority under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act that would allow a state or a unit of local government to nominate a tract of land within the Bureau of Land Management jurisdiction to be used for housing. However, lands with special designation from Congress, like national monuments, wilderness areas, and other rec areas, would not be eligible under this new authority. Should the Department of Interior approve the proposal, the state or unit of local government could purchase the land from the federal government at a PILT ratio price. And PILT, in very basic terms, is what the state receives from the federal government for the land, and we would be paying that amount in lieu of the taxes. And Mr. Hansen, you can go into that a little bit more. I'm sure that was a very rough explanation. With the proceeds dedicated for capital improvements in national parks, so this is what the money would go for. The proceeds would be dedicated for capital improvements in national parks, hazardous fuel reduction to prevent forest fires, and the development of public water infrastructure on federal land. The bill creates a process by which a state or unit of local government may nominate a parcel of BLM land to address housing shortages. The state or unit of local government could purchase an approved tract at a PILT ratioed price with proceeds dedicated for capital improvements, as I said, in national parks, hazardous fuel reduction to prevent forest fires, or the development of public water infrastructure on federal lands. It requires a 15-year reversionary clause for each tract of land approved. If a tract is not used for the intended purpose, after notice, hearing, and the opportunity to correct the issue, DOI could repossess the land. And this is the caveat that I especially like about the bill. It requires that at least 85% of the land acquired must be used for residential purposes and related community needs. And again, catch that, and related community needs at a density not less than 1 home per quarter acre. Related community needs would include primary and secondary schools, places of worship, grocery stores, and hospitals, and health clinics. It requires that no more than 15% of the land could be used for commercial purposes. It stipulates that roads, trail hubs, and facilities for the delivery of vital utilities serving the residential community are uninhibited and do not count towards the apportionment of residential or commercial purposes. Now, the only thing that was added into the packet was this map, and I invite those of you that, I know this is going to be hard to see, but this is a map of our city, and the yellow that you see, that's BLM ground. So this kind of helps you to understand why I was so excited about this. Now, this bill, from the way I understand it, is only for the Western United States because we have the federal lands that we can draw from. And so as you look at those BLM lands, and a lot of you in your daily work, you know where those are at already. They work well because they position themselves in areas of development that we're close to, but not there yet on a lot of them. And then just one side note that I'd like to mention is that there was a concurrent resolution at the legislature this year also, which addressed the fact that Utah is increasing their willingness to work with the federal government on efficient, sustainable management of public lands in a streamlined manner. So there is some other efforts going on to try to make this much more and quickly attainable, because we need it now, right? So there's processes already in place. And Senator Lee told me, he said that he had been working on this for actually the last 4 years. And so the last thing that I will say, and I don't want to speak for the senator, but I just want you to know that he expressed to me that he would appreciate all that we can do to help him through Mr. Hansen and through his staff in Washington, D.C., to try to create some real life questions and answers so that this can come forward as quickly as possible, so a lot of questions can be answered up front. So, Mayor, that is all that I have. I would like, with your leave, that we might ask Mr. Hansen to come up now and have him say whatever he would like to add to that and correct my mistakes.
No, you did a great job. I've got copies of the one pager here that that Councilman Ivy was reading from, if you all would like a copy of that. Yeah, so as Councilman Ivy mentioned, Senator Lee has been working, he's been trying to think of a way for the past few years of how the federal government could assist Western communities with their housing crunches. Most of the time, the zoning and everything, that's rightfully left up to localities. We don't want the federal government involved in zoning. But the one thing that Senator Lee did think of that in a way that the federal government could possibly help is by creating a process whereby state and local governments could petition the BLM for certain parcels of federal land that would make sense for housing purposes. I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, are familiar with the Recreation Public Purposes Act. That's a current authority that's been around for almost 100 years. It allows state, local governments, nonprofits to petition for land for recreational and public uses. Under that authority, housing is not one of the things that you can use that authority for. So this is just kind of an extension of that authority. What Senator Lee would like to do is to create a pathway where communities can choose to, if they so desire, and if there's land that makes sense, they can petition the Bureau of Land Management for certain parcels of land and then use that land to build homes on. So that was really the genesis of the idea. Senator Lee is very much opposed to federal mandates and to the overreach of the federal government, so he did not want to create anything that mandates that communities do anything. Really, he wants this to be a bottom-up effort where communities can use this authority if they so choose and use it in a manner that works best for their communities. And again, as Councilman Ivy alluded, Senator Lee has not introduced a bill as of yet. Right now we're in the information gathering and feedback seeking phase. So some of the numbers that you see on that piece of paper, those are just kind of numbers that we've gotten through discussions with other people in the state, but we certainly want to hear from you all. If that's not going to work for you, please let us know. We want to know what would actually work for communities here in Utah. Senator Lee does not want to produce a bill, put in the effort to getting it introduced and passed, and then only to find out that, oh, this actually doesn't work for people here in Washington City and Washington County here in Utah. So yeah, with that's kind of the bill in a nutshell, the proposal that at least Senator Lee is planning to put forward. And again, we want to work closely with you all here in Washington and Southern Utah.
So I have a question on now. This is the first time I've read or seen this. One Councilman Ivy read it just barely, but the question I have is it going to create a federal nexus, like a long-term federal nexus on these lands? Or is it similar to what we've done with BLM lands where it gets transferred over to the city's ownership and then the city deals with it as some aspect? Or is it just going to be, I guess what I'm concerned about is that is it always going to still stay federal land, but federal land that can be built on for homes, or is it going to be changed to a private?
No, that's a good question. So the idea is, so currently under the Recreation Public Purposes Act, it's usually a period of about 10 years, as long as the sponsor of the project can show that they've been using the land for what they said they wanted to use it for about 10 years. The BLM will eventually patent the land to the project sponsor. So in this instance, as of right now, we've proposed a 15-year period where the state or unit of local government would have those 15 years to show that, yes, we are indeed using it for housing purposes, at least 85% of the land is used for housing. And then once that 15-year period has ended, then the land would be patented to, if it was the state, the city, whoever was going to be.
So let me ask you, I know you've dealt with it. I've dealt with it on the private side of, if you're dealing with federal projects, that what you said to me just says that someone builds a home, it's going to be on federal land. Is that the case?
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're actually working through right now, is what impact would that have, that 15-year period?
So and it's just a question. So, and you might not have it, but does then and you know what a federal nexus is. So if it's on federal land, then of course, typically we would clear that land and then we're done with whatever federal requirements are required. But if they're still on it for 15 years, are we going to have to pay different wages for the builders on those homes? Are we going to have to deal with paying different for like Davis Bacon wages on the infrastructure? Like, I'm assuming that all would be a part of that. So does that really get us affordable housing? Because typically that raises the prices.
No, that's a good point. And that's a good point that I'll take back to our DC folks just to see, we may have to specify specifically in the bill that even during that 15-year grace period, the typical federal regulations such as Davis Bacon or NEPA or things like that would not apply. So yeah, that's good feedback.
So Heath, in the bill specifics, it says the state or unit of local government could purchase an approved tract at a PILT ratio. Is that purchase, what is that memorialized, the purchase? Is it when that transaction is made?
Yeah, and just to explain, so the PILT ratioed price, PILT, as you probably know, is the payment in lieu of taxes. It's the payment that the federal government gives to counties in lieu of the taxes that they would have received had that land been taxable under normal use, because the state and local governments can't tax the federal government, as you know. Historically, PILT payments have been far below what tax rates would produce for counties. And so Senator Lee wanted to make sure that was accounted for in the bill, so that, like you said, like land is very expensive. And so if states or counties were responsible for paying the full market rate price, that wouldn't really solve the problem because the land would still be super expensive. So we wanted to account for the low PILT payments that have been paid to the county, just to try to reduce the price to make it a little bit more of a fair price that states and counties would be paying for the land.
So Heath, this is Thad Sigmiller, the city attorney. The councilman's asked some questions about when the transfer would occur, and one of the challenges that we see for affordable housing is for first-time buyers to be able to purchase the land, and some of the federal programs that allow a lot of these kind of newer or lower income buyers to qualify rely on financing. And I'm worried that if that land ownership is still under a federal entity, that these buyers won't have a program that can qualify for funding to finance even a house construction, let alone a lot construction. It would make more sense to me that if a city comes and buys a lot, a qualified piece of federal land, that the title transfer, so that as the houses are being sold, that those buyers can actually get financing against a piece of property, qualify for the other federal lending programs that help them acquire this type of housing. If it has to retain for 15 years, I see that being an impediment for what we're trying to accomplish. It does make sense that if the city were to buy a piece of land and never utilize it, that 15-year period could cause it to be, repurchased. But if the city does utilize it, I think we're going to need a mechanism to be able to have these buyers obtain financing against that land. Just feedback for the senator.
Yeah, no, we appreciate that. And that's a concern we've heard before, and it's something we're trying to work through. But certainly, I'd like to get your contact information and discuss that further with you to see kind of what language we may need to use for that.
The important thing about this is having the conversation. This is exactly what we're doing in this, is identifying some of those concerns that need to be identified now. So I appreciate that.
Heath, maybe one more question on the not less than a quarter acre. Sounds like restrictive language. That used to be considered a small lot for this area, but anymore that's not that small of a lot. Can you give us some understanding on that restriction, or where the senator's thoughts might be?
Yeah, so some of the pushback we got initially when we were kind of talking about this idea was well, if you don't put some sort of acreage restriction on it, then there's really no guarantee that you're going to increase the supply of housing, because you could just put it on. A city could say, well, we want to have 2-acre lots out in somewhere rural area. So we wanted to restrict the size of the lots to actually try to encourage the construction of more houses. But again, that's just a number that we've kind of arrived at, but it's not something that we've settled on. So if you think it should be bigger, smaller, for whatever reason, again, I'd love to.
Is that a max number you're
Yes.
shooting for? Not a minimum number?
hmm
Okay. I assumed it was a minimum, but it sounds like Council Seg Miller was saying that he thought it was a minimum lot size, right?
That's how I understood the presentation, but.
Oh,
it's
no,
good
that
to
would be
clarify that.
the quarter acre would be the maximum size lot.
So it is the biggest so.
Yeah, it couldn't be any bigger than a quarter acre per lot.
And that makes sense, because if you're going bigger than a quarter acre, it's usually out of the affordable, like,
Right, yep.
But the whole premise to this, or a premise, is that acquiring the property, even in bigger numbers, makes sense because of the cost would be so much less. And I don't know, Mr. Hansen, if you can give us an idea of what that cost would look like. I don't know if that's even something attainable right now. But I think the whole idea is that we have these tracts of BLM land. And, you know, we understand that traditionally to achieve attainable housing, you've got to go smaller lots and go vertical. Well, this whole process is by acquiring the property at such a reduced price that quarter acre maximum would be very attainable, achievable in this process, because we have a lot of acreage. And not only that, but I just want to mention that you can apply for multiple locations as well. This isn't tied to just one. You could identify several locations and address them all the same. So some might work, some might not. But again, it starts the process.
Yeah, and to the point about the pill, again, I'm a political science major, not a math major. Our smarter folks back in DC, they've come up with a formula for that PILT ratio on what the state or the city or county would be paying. And I can get that information to you, but right now off the top of my head, I couldn't tell it to you.
You know, just to add to the conversation here, some of the things I like about this bill, at least the bullet points on the handout, in terms of density, it seems like it gives you quite a bit of flexibility in terms of you could go up to quarter acre single family lots, or you could go down to some other sort of kind of missing middle type of multi-unit or freestanding small lots. So I like that flexibility. And I also like that the bill contemplates related community needs, schools, places of worship, grocery stores, hospitals, and health clinics. So I like some of those. It's getting tougher and tougher for some of those community needs to be, have to acquire the land for those needs too. So I like that's part of it. So I too am excited to see where this goes, and hopeful that that the senator can push that forward. Councilman Ivy, further thoughts on this?
Mayor, I would just when you're ready, I would just ask Jordan Hess, Mr. Hess, up to read the quote of support and see what the council feels about it.
So can I ask one question while he's coming up? It looks like, one of the concerns that we have with affordable housing is trying to keep that housing affordable past the first buyer. And it looks like there's not anything contemplated here, but I would assume that means that the flexibility exists for the city to add those provisions however it works best for whatever group ends up with the property. Is that the idea behind that concept? So that we don't make it affordable for the first person, but then, the second person to buy it and then it's not affordable anymore.
You have to remember too that the federal government looks at it as a housing shortage. I think it's more of a local concept to talk about affordable or attainable housing.
Further questions for Mr. Hansen before we let him go? We don't get the senator's representative here every night, so.
Well, I'm based in St. George. I live in St. George, so I'm always happy to come by or answer questions anytime. So
He's nice about giving his number out too, to bother him with questions.
I'm not too hard to reach. You're fine. So
Mayor, I was gonna. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I was just wondering. So, the city would have the flexibility to determine if it would be, could you sell it to individual ownership, or are these details that you're trying to work out?
Yeah, again, I would probably have to talk to, I think the idea would eventually be to privatize it and turn it over to developers to develop it, which would be up to the city. But again, I'd have to talk to our folks back in DC to see what the exact language would be.
So Councilwoman, I think my intent would be that if we were to be able to get the land, then it would be our process locally that we would address out by our own policy to make sure that it's addressed the way the city council would like that to go.
I think both Thad and Councilman Coates have brought up good questions with the regulations and how the process would work. I like what it has, what it's stated in these bullet points, but I just have the same questions and concerns of how the regulations and how much federal involvement would be and how long it would be in the process.
Well, we would want it. I totally agree with that. We don't want to try to get into this and have strings attached that ties us down and makes a nexus that we wouldn't be able to address our own city concerns here. And so again, that's why we're having this conversation. And what I've read of this proposed bill, I don't see any language that's prohibitive that way. I think that it's intended to be administered by the local authority, the county or municipality, and then they address it according to their needs. Because even though there's 600 million acres of BLM land in the West, you know, we have some here, but other communities that will be doing this has different needs and concerns than what we might have here.
Yeah, and the devil will always be in the details. So I mean, we produced the bullet points here, but ultimately what's going to matter is what the legislative's text looks like. So as we continue down this process and we start putting together actual legal language, certainly want to share that with you all and communities throughout Utah to make sure that we're on the right track.
Thank you.
Councilman Henderson.
Maybe I'll be going over things that have already been said, but I really like this idea. Councilman Ivy, thank you for your, leadership on this. I kind of agree with our attorney Thad that I think for this to be successful, just from a real estate perspective and a real estate financing perspective, there would need to be for sure, ownership. I'm not seeing how like a 15-year lease would, I think it'd be very complicated in a lot of different ways, just from a real estate perspective. But I really like the idea to free up some land that could be put towards affordable housing. We need it really bad. So I appreciate your work on it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Well said. Jordan. And thank you, Heath. We appreciate you being here. We need to invite you more often.
Yeah, Heath, I'd like to invite you to move to Washington City. I was asked to draft a statement of support. I was very careful not to endorse this specific legislation, but to recognize this as an avenue or one way that we can address our affordable housing issues. So the statement that I've drafted: the median home price in Washington County rose to $553,000 in February 2022. Housing is quickly becoming unaffordable and unsustainable for many of our residents. We need to find solutions that will allow the middle class to thrive in Washington City. We appreciate Senator Lee bringing forward the House's Act, a bill that will give municipalities another avenue through which they can increase the supply of more affordable housing. We support this concept as one way to alleviate pressure on the housing market. We look forward to working with partners in the private sector and at all levels of government to address our critical housing needs. Any questions?
Council.
Mayor, I appreciate that. Good words, well chosen. Mayor, I would just in summation say that, in my opinion, this is a good issue backed by absolute need and good policy. It's something that, just like what Mr. Hess alluded to, we need to go down every road available to us and explore every avenue so that we are in cutting edge. We feel that responsibility on the council that we need to find ways that families can afford homes, that they can afford to live here. And I look forward to getting some of that information and continuing this conversation. And with that, Mayor, I would ask the council to just show support so that we can look at this and see if it makes sense for Washington City.
Council, thoughts?
I like the idea of putting together a support. I'd like a little time to like write it up and email it out to us, and then we could maybe, if we need to, discuss it again before we formalize, send the letter is what I would request. It sounded good, but you know, I always like to digest it a little bit before we say, yes, go ahead, send it. But I think we're on the right track. So that's kind of my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Councilmember Casperson or Henderson, thoughts?
Jordan, were you an English major? That sounded fantastic.
I was not, but I do enjoy writing.
Okay, yeah. I like the direction we're going here, so I really do. Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you for your effort and advocating for this. And I like that to have some time to look over things and have more details of everything and how it would look. And so I am supportive of taking some time to talk it over continually as well.
So it sounds
Mayor,
like
if I
I'm
may.
hearing a general nod with an ask for a letter to be distributed amongst the council. Thad, you had something to add?
Maybe Jordan will talk as amongst staff, but I also think in message to the senator that we support this same being allowed for other cities around us. We recognize that some of our employees live in other cities, and that if this was allowed at other neighbors and other jurisdictions, we recognize that that's a benefit that we generally receive as well.
Great.
Let me address that, Mr. Segmiller. So really where we're at right now is we're that city that's leading out. Every city would have that same opportunity as well. It's just we felt like that when we heard this, that it was something that we wanted to lead out on. So yes, it's available to everyone in Utah, of course. So thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Councilman Ivy and Mr. Hansen. With that, I will look for an adjournment, and noting that we'll reconvene for our regular meeting here at 6 p.m.
So moved.
I have a motion by Coates, second by Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourned. Momentarily. All right, we're ready to get started here. Okay, today is Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. We're here in Washington City, Utah Council Chambers for our regular council meeting. This meeting is also broadcasted live via our link on YouTube, which can be accessed washingtoncity.org/meetings. Council member Ben Martinson has asked to be excused from the meetings this evening. And I will excuse myself from the meeting around 7 p.m. My high school senior daughter has a banquet and would like her father to be there. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Kurt Ivey will lead the meeting from that point forward. I've invited the Reverend Rakeen Keston from Solomon's Porch Foursquare Fellowship to offer our invocation this evening.
Hi. I don't like having my back to people, so I'm going to turn around and pray, if that's okay.
That's great.
Right. I think prayer is one of the most intimate things that you can do to draw closer, and the fact that he takes time to listen to what our meaner problems are chokes me up every time I pray. And if you've ever been to prayer over the city on the first day of the year, you'll know that when I pray, I cry all the time because I'm very emotional when it comes to me and my God. Father God, we just come before you and we just thank you for this opportunity to express our hearts, our minds, and our feelings. Although we are different, we are all the same. Lord, I pray that you would clear our minds, clear our hearts, and watch our words as we speak tonight. I ask you to put a hedge of protection around everyone here, and especially our first responders, Lord, that you would keep them safe and that you would guide them. And we pray this in Jesus' name, and God, people said, amen.
Thank you, Reverend. That was beautiful. Before we move on, I just want to take a moment to recognize some special guests here in our council chambers this evening that do a lot for our community that don't always get recognized. And those are our partners with Gold Cross Ambulance. I'd like to recognize paramedic Derek Liston, paramedic Chris Brown, advanced EMT Chris Kajawa, paramedic Ryan Moore, paramedic Leona Timpson, and I'd like to recognize and thank paramedic Andy Rhodes for arranging for everyone to be here and for supervising this group. At this time, I've asked Gold Cross paramedic Derek Liston to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Derek, my friend, if you'd come forward. It's good to see you again, by the way.
All right, everybody get up. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So before I call for an approval of the agenda, and this actually I don't think applies to anybody here, but I want to just say this for the record. I want to remind everyone that while this is a public meeting, public comment will be limited to the items listed as such on the agenda and must pertain to that agenda item. While we welcome public comment within the context of the meeting, we had an incident last meeting in which there was a disruption to the meeting with comments and with the approaching of the council. That is not acceptable. And I don't anticipate this will happen tonight, but any disruptions this evening will result in that individual being escorted from the council chambers. Also, on a happier note, I would like to recognize our new public affairs officer, Jordan Hess, who's recently been hired, and we are thrilled to have him. He comes with a lot of experience, a lot of credentials, and I've just asked him if he might come forward and introduce himself and just say a little bit about what his role is in the city. Jordan, if you'd come forward, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm really excited and grateful to be here. Seventh generation Utah boy. After college, went to Washington, D.C. I spent 7 years doing policy at the federal level and escaped that terrible Washington for a better Washington. So I'm really excited to be here. In my role as public affairs officer, I look forward to communicating to the residents of the city your priorities, what you find important, and how we can move this city forward as we manage the explosive growth that we're having. I look forward to helping you in your policy work as a council and as a mayor and city manager. Look forward to assisting our department heads in communicating their priorities to the residents as well, and being a liaison to other government agencies and government at all levels. Really excited. Like I said, my background is in policy, relationship building, and advocacy, and look forward to applying those skills here in Washington City. And I am at your service and happy to be. Thank you.
Jordan, we're grateful to have you. He is also a resident of Washington City. That was the tipping point in the hiring. No, you can see there were so many tipping points. He was obvious choice. Okay, council, at this point, I will call for an approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda as outlined.
A motion by Coates,
I'll second that motion.
second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda is approved. I have a bit of a list of announcements. Land use training tomorrow for local elected and appointed officials regionally will be hosted here in our council chambers. There's a session at 1 p.m. and another session at 6 p.m. Tuesday, March 15th at 11:30 a.m., our very own Washington City PD Chief Jason Williams will be speaking at the Washington City Area Chamber of Commerce. I'd just like to ask our IT department to promote that on our city Facebook page with a link to register for that event. We want a packed house for our chief. Put pressure on them. Wednesday, March 16th at 11:30 a.m., our friends at NAI Excel have invited us to the groundbreaking for Falcon Ridge storage condos at 100 East Industrial. Friday, March 18th at 12:15 p.m., Washington County will be breaking ground on their new Washington County Receiving Center. And this is a new facility that's set to bridge the gap in mental health and substance abuse crises and be a resource for our officers. So I think that'll be a great thing going forward. That will be at 5500 West Regional Park Road in Hurricane. On Monday, March 21st at 9 a.m. will be a ribbon cutting. That's for Culver's Restaurant, and that's just off exit 13, making progress there. And then on Tuesday, March 22nd at 6 p.m. at Veterans Park is our Fire and Police Appreciation Night for the public to come get acquainted and show appreciation for our first responders. Council should be there an hour early, and I want to personally thank Councilmember Casperson for leading out on this event. Council, are there any announcements that I didn't mention? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to item 3. Are there any declarations of abstentions or conflicts? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to item 4, which is a lengthy consent agenda. Bear with me. Item 4, consent agenda. 4A is the board audit report for February 2022. Item 4B is the minutes from City Council meeting of February 23rd, 2022. Item 4C, final plat. 4CI is final plat for the Star Springs at Long Valley, Phase 2. Item 4CII, final plat for Labyrinth Point at Long Valley, Phase 2. Item 4CIII, final plat for Liberty Lane, located at approximately 3600 South, 2400 West. Item 4D, final plat revision. Item 4DI, final plat revision for the Crossroads at Stookie Farm, Phase 4. Item 4E, special event. Item 4EI is the Ironman breakfast on May 7th, and that'll be just west of City Hall. And that is for the Ironman World Championship. So this will be a really, really good event, and we'll be cooking pancakes and providing butter and syrup, and they're free. So we'd love to see you there. Item 4EII is our Pioneer Day Parade and Celebration, and that's set for Saturday, July 23rd. Item 4EII is for the October 28th and October 29th Ironman breakfast, and that's the men's and women's North American Championships. And item 4EIV is for a special event for the Washington City Band. Their spring concert will be on April 12th at 6:30 p.m. and it is a superhero theme. And they're fantastic. That'll be here in Veterans Park. I know that's a lengthy consent agenda. Are there any brief questions or clarifications? If not, I'll call for a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
A motion by Coates,
Second.
second by Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Move on to item 5, which is a proclamation. Item 5A, and I'd just like to share a few thoughts before I read this proclamation. So some communities across the nation do not fully appreciate their first responders. We want to make it absolutely clear that in Washington City, this mayor and this council have our first responders' backs, and we appreciate and value the good work they do to protect our way of life and to keep us safe. To that end, I have drafted a proclamation designating March as First Responder Recognition Month, and I'd like to read that proclamation now. Whereas first responders and public safety organizations come together to aid and protect the public in the event of an emergency, and whereas first responders put their lives on the line each and every day to ensure the safety and health of all in Washington City. And whereas these individuals have sacrificed their time in order to be trained and equipped to handle a variety of emergency situations. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on the work and effort of these brave individuals put forth. Now, therefore, I, Cress Staley, Mayor of Washington City, along with the Washington City Council, do hereby express sincere appreciation for first responders and proclaim March as First Responder Recognition Month in Washington City, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to recognize the essential service contributions offered by our first responders, which enable us to have the assurance of safety and health in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Washington City, Utah, this March 9th of 2022. Chief Willens, I promise I don't want to put you on the spot, but would you like to say anything?
I am a new chief, but I figured this was going to happen, so I came a little prepared. And I appreciate Mayor and Council for your support that you've shown throughout the many years. This department has been up and going since 2006, and we have felt that support every day since these doors have been open, and we appreciate that. This last year, 2021, and I'll try not to get too emotional too, but was the deadliest year for law enforcement. This last year, we lost 458 officers in the line of duty. That was 47% more than the year prior. Even locally, at a neighboring agency, we lost one of our own due to COVID as well this last year. And Mayor, with your permission and blessing, I would like to offer a moment of silence for those that have fallen in line of duty this last year. Thank you. Just briefly, I'd like to give credit to my department, my staff, my officers that are here with us today, and those that couldn't make it, but the great work that they do, the sacrifices they make, not only them, but their families on a daily basis. They deserve the recognition for the success that we have, but we can't do it alone, and we appreciate our community that has stepped up and shown their support, and the leadership from this city and this council that also have shown that support, and we are grateful to be called your first responders. So thank you very much.
At this time, I would like to ask Washington City Fire, Washington City Police, and Gold Cross ambulance paramedics to come forward along with our city council to get a picture here in the front. Council and everyone, please. Slide in here, guys. Get tight. No, you go right there. You and Councilmember.
Great, Steve.
All right, fine. And you don't have to stay. The rest of the meeting won't be nearly as exciting, I hope. But you're welcome to stay if you'd like to. Okay, we'll move on to item 6, preliminary plat. And thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for all you do. Item 6A is consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Laurel Ridge Phase 1, located approximately 1100 East Desert Ridge Drive. Yeah, Drew, are you or Eldon taking this one? Eldon Gibb, city planner, if you'd come forward and give your report to the council.
That last one's a tough act to follow. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Eldon, can I also just thank you for your service? I know you've been in law enforcement, and I should have recognized you, and you come forward already, but we recognize and appreciate you as well.
Thank you, Mayor. So as previously stated at the address, this particular subdivision is proposing 7 lots on an area covering 1.51 acres. The zoning designation at this location is planned unit development. The surrounding zoning is planned unit development to the north, east, south, and west. The subdivision is in the hillside overlay zone, and the committee did meet on site and reviewed the development proposal. They motioned to approve these 7 lots due to there being no concerns with these lots here. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on February 16th, 2022, and unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Laurel Ridge Phase 1 subdivision based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. And we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Council, any questions for our city planner before I invite the applicant up?
Eldon, was there any concerns on, I know it's not this application, but it does say future phase on that area within the hillside?
There were some conditions that were put on with the hillside for those phases, which we'll make sure they require as phase 2 is brought back.
So when that phase comes, we'll have the hillside review at that time.
Correct.
Further questions for Eldon? The applicant is Greg Estenban. Would the applicant like to share any thoughts on this project before we turn it back to council for further discussion and or a vote? Okay. Council, I'll open it up to discussion amongst the group here and or a motion.
So I would just make note, Mayor, the Hillside Committee did meet, and while there was no concerns about this one, the next phase may be a little more challenging, but I'll make sure that we bring some accurate information back when that occurs.
Further comment or a motion?
Mayor, I motion that we approve the preliminary plat for the Laurel Ridge Phase 1 located at approximately 1100 East Desert Ridge Drive.
Have a motion by Councilmember Henderson.
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 7, finance. Item 7A is consideration to pay off a 2011 sales tax revenue bond. Our city manager, Jeremy Redd, will give that report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is tied a little bit to 8A, which is our next item, but the recommendation is to pay off a 2011 sales tax revenue bond. We have an amount outstanding of $572,909.92. If there's such a thing as an interesting bond, this is kind of an interesting one, I think. The original bond was taken out in 2003. It was a $4.5 million bond. And those of you who were around then, it was to work on the exit 13 improvements, Washington Parkway, and we also did 22% of the bond was for parks, and it did some improvements at Pineview Park. So it's kind of interesting to see the history of some of the bonding and the projects we've been able to do with it. But here we are now, a little over 10 years later from the refunding, but almost 20 years from the original bond. And my recommendation is to pay that off. The current interest rate on the bond is 2.93%. We do have the funds available in our savings, which we're currently, even at our higher investment numbers, getting a little less than 1% on. The other reason that this becomes interesting to us is this would clear all of our sales tax revenue bonds in anticipation for the bonding that we're discussing in the next item. What that does is sets a new indenture for the proposed Wheels Park bond, makes it kind of cleans the slate for that. And that is my recommendation, that we consider paying that bond in the amount of $572,909.92.
And Jeremy, wouldn't we only have 2 more years anyways on this bond?
Yes. Yep.
So we were going to pay it off anyways next year, and this way we have the funds to do it now. So
Good point, Councilman. Any further questions for the manager or the comment? If not, I'll be happy to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we pay off the 2011 sales tax revenue bond as outlined by Manager Red.
I have a motion by Coates,
I'll second that.
second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
That's approved. We'll pay off the bond. We'll move on to item 8, which is resolutions. We do roll call vote on resolutions and ordinances. Item 8A is consideration for adoption of a resolution of the City Council of Washington City, Utah, authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than 10 million aggregate principal amount of sales tax revenue and refunding bonds, Series 2022, and related matters. And I'll turn this item over to our city manager, Jeremy Red, and recognize Mark Anderson here with Zion Public Finance.
We'll absolutely let Mark say some things. I mean, he drove all the way down from Heber City to be with us. Mark's claim to fame, for those of you who don't know, is he was the former Heber City manager as well. So he's got finance and city manager in his background, makes him wonderful. So this parameters resolution is the beginning of the bonding process, at least as far as the city council is concerned. This bond would be for the new Wheels Park in Washington Fields area. The last bond that we finished paying off for Sullivan Park was another regional park. And so we have sort of a history of bonding for these larger regional parks so that we can get them done and then pay them off as we get impact fees to help pay for that and other monies. So the parameters resolution sets the maximum parameters, and Mark can explain that a little bit, but it is a maximum of $10 million bond for a maximum 21-year term at a maximum rate of 5%. And do you want to fill in any other gaps there?
Thank you, Mayor Staley, Jeremy. It's a pleasure to appear before the council tonight. As Jeremy indicated, this is the beginning of the bonding process that does set the maximum parameters within which the city would issue bonds. There's no obligation to issue the full 10 million, but it gives you the ability to issue up that many. We anticipate this will likely be a public market sale, but we have had some aggressive purchasers within the state of Utah that we will evaluate probably towards the end of the month and decide what path makes the most sense for the city to go. There are typically higher interest rates on a direct purchase from a local bank, but they have better call features in that you can pay it off faster. A market transaction typically has a 10-year call protection, which means you can't pay the bonds off within that first 10-year period or refund them. As Jeremy indicated, the maximum term would be 21 years. The maximum discount, which is 2%, which means that sometimes the interest rate associated with the maturity in a market transaction may be above or below what the prevailing market is. And so you oftentimes see a premium paid or a discount applied if to adjust for the difference between what the true market rate is and the stated rate of the coupon on each maturity. The resolution also identifies individuals within the organization that are allowed to make decisions regarding the final terms of the bonds, provided they're within the parameters adopted by the council. There was some question as to who that ought to be. I'd probably recommend that you consider the mayor and or the city manager as the persons authorized to make those decisions. The other thing it does is it schedules a public hearing on April 13th, which would allow the public to come in and express support for or opposition to the issuance of the bonds. And are there any questions?
Questions for Mark, council?
Yeah, so I know it says maximum 5%, but that seems pretty high for the current market. But you'd have to tell me on these type of bonds. I'm not sure.
And that's a correct observation. Interest rates have gone up significantly in the last 60 days. That's one of the things that's motivated us to kick this process off, because we think the sooner we can get the bonds sold, the more favorable interest rate that we'll see based on the way the Fed's postured, future rate increases they're talked about throughout the year. It's common to see 5% coupons or 4% coupons, or which is a stated interest rate for each maturity in the first 10 years. And that allows you to get what's called premium. It makes those bonds easier to resell by the purchasers, but the actual yield that the purchaser would receive would be lower than that, based on the fact that they would pay more than the face value of the bond to acquire it, to get something that was representative of the market for that term of bond. So it's really just kind of a marketing thing, but I expect to see something at this point, provided the market doesn't move a lot, something in the mid to high 2% range, as what we call the true interest cost on this bond on a 20-year term.
After the hearing, do we have an opportunity to, because when I was reading this, it sounded like once we voted on this, you move forward, you do a hearing. It's kind of, there's a lot of language in there that it says like you're moving forward with it. But I was wondering if we're going to have, after the hearing, an opportunity to vote again, if we're going to move forward on it, or if we're not, we don't want to. In my mind, the 5% was also a concern that it seemed a little bit high, so I wouldn't, if there's different things I don't like about the end result, if we could then choose to not go forward with it.
Yeah, I think your perception is correct. Utah law is very regimented in how a city council can consider and pass and eventually issue bonds. And so tonight is really just a resolution that directs staff with its advisor to get started within certain parameters. It is nothing near adopting a bond at this point. You'll have other presentations and other decision points.
But it says right here, and he mentioned it about the designated officer. Like, I want to see it come back to council for approval for any of the terms.
I understand your concern, and typically when these bonds are sold in a public environment, there's a date set and there are bids received, and there's usually a requirement to respond within a few hours of that day. It is very typical, though, for staff to keep the council apprised as to where we're at in the process, what we think the interest rates will approximate at the time of sale. If it were a direct purchase, for example, I did this with North Ogden City not too long ago for a new public safety building. We can give you some indicative rates that are representative of what we would expect to see. And the council could say, yeah, this is something we're interested in based on the call features and the interest rate that's attractive to us. The longer we're out of the market, it takes longer to sell bonds in the market, the more interest rate risk the city has. And so sometimes for a little bit extra cost, we see these bonds placed directly. Because because you can typically lock rates for 30 days. There's a 30-day contest period that starts when the notice of the public hearing is published, which should happen in the next, probably this weekend. And it'll actually expire about the same time your public hearing's held. And anytime after that, you could issue bonds. But I think we can work with staff to keep you informed enough to where there's a comfort level that you'll have enough information to decide if you're still comfortable moving forward.
Councilmember Casperson, if you'll just look at section 10 of the document, it's brief. It reads, "The city hereby reserves the right to opt not to issue the Series 22 bonds for any reason." And so tonight's decision to move forward and begin the process is required to move forward and begin the process, but it's not the final decision. You still have a public hearing. You'll take public comment at that one.
But let's just clarify, just so everybody's clear, that this gives the designated officer the ability to finalize the bond. They would work with the council, keep them informed. We would have the public hearing. So there are certainly off ramps to let the designated officer know we don't want to move forward, but this is the vote that the council would make pending those other things. But you could still let the designated officer know we're not interested in moving forward.
That's correct.
Am I
There's no
categorizing
obligation to
that
issue
correctly?
bonds.
Okay.
This just starts the process if you choose to.
But it would not
Pursue
come
that.
back for another formal vote of the city council.
That's correct. Unless the council required it. But it makes the process more cumbersome as far as being able to get a bid on a morning and have a council approval within the next few hours.
We're pretty agile when it comes to making meetings.
Well,
Well, we can figure it out with our 24-hour
You
notice.
have to be at least 24 hours to make a notice. And then, so
But
I
we
think-
know when the bids are coming back,
I
right?
think what we're more or less saying is we could do individual calls, but it wouldn't make sense to call a formal meeting just to have that vote. But we could certainly poll each individual council member.
And we could provide the city council with a range of expected interest rates before the pricing to see if that raised any red flags.
Or do we want to tighten it up now? I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm not saying
I
we
think
need
that-
to do that, but
I
I mean, I'm just surprised that 5% is even on there. It seems really high. And if you're saying it's between 2 and 3, maybe it's 4. Maybe our max is 4.
Well, it's really the underwriters that structures, assuming we do a competitive bid, which this seems ripe for. The city has, they're good, solid, financially solid organization that would demand probably a AA credit rating. But we look at total principal and interest payments to determine what's the most advantageous. And sometimes those have 5% coupons on them versus 4%. To determine which is really in the best interest of the city. So it gives us more flexibility with the underwriters to have the 5% coupons available. We could reduce it to 4, but it may adversely affect the pricing of the bonds. I can't tell you for certain.
But you won't have the numbers by the hearing, the public hearing?
I could give you some indicative rates based on what the market looks like at that time. But they're just indicative. They're representative of what the market looked like on that particular day. And we've seen a fair amount of movement in the market in the last few months. I could bring you a proposed direct purchase rate on that date that would be good for 30 days. And if it was appealing to the council, that would be something you could actually lock in at that point in time. But the direct purchaser we work with typically work with most commonly has what we call serialized coupon. Each maturity has its own associated interest rate. The shorter the term, the lower the rate. The longer the term, the higher the rate. And we might see some coupons in the over 4% towards the end on a 20-year deal.
So what you're saying is,
Probably not likely, but probably certainly into the threes.
so the structure of the different rate pieces may vary. So you may have some higher and some lower within the structure of the bond? Is that what you're explaining? So there's an overall rate, but we might have other pieces and components?
Yeah, each, if you have a 20-year bond, each maturity, each annual principal payment typically has a different interest rate associated with it based on how long it's outstanding. So if it's the first year coupon or interest rate will be probably something close to 1%, and the 20-year would probably be something close to 3% or 3.5%. But the overall, what we call the true interest cost, is the average of all those. And I could send Jeremy some examples of what that amortization schedule might look like, so you can look at it and ask questions. I'm happy to answer them.
So if we're looking at a 5%, we would most likely not lock in a loan with an average rate of 5%. But the 5 as a maximum gives us that flexibility to move those rates from year to year, or gives the
underwriters, the ones that are marketing the bonds, sometimes like to have the higher coupons. It may be more attractive to their buyers, but what they're willing to pay for it may, the premium they'll pay for those higher coupons may be an advantage to the city. It's hard to say.
Mayor, I just might want to mention that maybe some of you don't know what we're referring to, but the city has engaged in the Wheels Concept Park down on the east end of 3650. The city owns the property now, and this would be a regional skate park type themed park that would have other amenities as well.
So I think in this environment, it's probably wise for us, since we want to do the Wheels Park, to get the ball rolling on this to make sure we get the best interest rates possible. And I like what Jeremy said about, keeping the city council apprised of what's going on. I like the idea of having Jeremy and the mayor be the decision makers. I mean, mayor has some expertise in the financial area, and so does Jeremy. And I would be okay with just being informed in an informal way, and like what the city manager Jeremy was talking about. But I think it's wise for us to move forward, in this process, so that we can get the best interest rates possible in this uncertain times. I mean, interest rates could take a shot up anytime now, and we don't want to be paying for 20 years on a higher interest rate when we can lock in on a lower one right now. So that would be, my thinking on it.
I too would be comfortable with that, Councilman Henderson.
So is it on the designated officers, both have to agree on it? So there's two people that have to agree on that interest?
I would probably say Mayor Staley or Jeremy Red, but whatever the council's comfortable with.
And if you're more comfortable with Jeremy, I'm happy to be that or him. I'm not going to make a decision without being in complete lockstep with Jeremy.
I just think it's nice to have two people.
Yeah, I'm
Either
fine if
or,
the verbiage can be and.
I think it should be both. I think first off, I wanted to come back to the council, but I understand what we're saying here on a time sensitive. So in my opinion, it'd be nice to have both. So if we had Jeremy and the mayor, if they both agree on it, then it works. Because I know both of them will keep us all informed, but it's just so that we cover all the bases, and it just covers, there's a lot of us. I mean, there's 6 of us plus Jeremy, so it just make me feel more comfortable if we had 2 people on it.
I understand our role as financial advisor is to evaluate the different ways to market or sell these bonds to obtain the lowest rate, interest rates that's available at the time. And we are your fiduciary. It's our responsibility to act in your best interest at all times.
Does it affect the marketability of the bonds if it's an and versus an or? Then I'm totally in favor with that. I am totally in support of that. Any further questions for Mark? I'll call for a motion on a resolution approving the issuance, authorization and issuance and sale of not more than $10 million aggregate principal on a sales tax revenue and refunding bond series 2022.
Mayor, I'm very comfortable in making that motion for adoption of a resolution of the City Council, Washington, Utah, authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than $10 million aggregate principal amount of sales tax revenue and refunding bonds with designated officers Mayor Cress Staley and City Manager Jeremy Red as designated officers.
A motion by Ivy,
Second by Coates.
second by Coates. This is a resolution. We'll do a roll call vote. Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. It's almost 7 o'clock, and I have a daughter waiting for me to join her at her banquet. At this time, I will turn the remainder of the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Kurt Ivy, and Mark Anderson. Thank you for your help. We look forward to working with you on this bond, and we look forward to an amazing Wills Park.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 8B is consideration to approve a resolution adopting the Steel Solar 1B project transaction schedule under the Master Firm Power Supply Agreement with Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems and related matters. Power Director Rick Hansen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We went over this in the work session. Again, just a quick reminder, the Solar 1B project is a 25-year power purchase agreement for just under, for 5,747 kilowatts. And with a fixed rate for those 25 years of $31.35 for that 25-year period. Have any questions or?
Any questions, Council, for Mr. Hansen?
Nope, I'm ready to make a motion. If you're ready, Mayor Pro Tem.
I've already asked questions that.
I think this is definitely responsible for the city to get the best available rate for our citizens. So I would like to make a motion that we approve the resolution adopting the Steel Solar 1B project transaction schedule under Master Firm Power Supply Agreement.
Now, motion by Councilman Coates. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second by Councilman Henderson. Let's do a roll call vote. Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy is aye. Casperson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Rick. Under ordinances 9A, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting regulations related to the noise of building construction and development activities. City Attorney Thad Sigmiller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is the ordinance that we discussed at a prior meeting. Since that meeting, I did make a few modifications by request of the council. The most notable one was in section 8-8-102, where if there is an intent to appeal, or appeal is not the right word, ask for an unusual circumstance exception, that the ordinance directs that to the city manager or the city manager's designee. We prefer that. It makes the unusual circumstance decision have a nice distance from the other departments that'll have closer proximity to the applicants and the project, but also allows the city manager to designate that to another individual if needed. Any questions about the ordinance?
Council, any questions for Mr. Sigmiller? I think we've had previous conversations about this. I think that for myself anyway,
Can I tell you my favorite part of this
Please.
ordinance? I like the part where we're prohibiting the construction workers from singing before 6 a.m. because I've heard a lot of construction workers singing in my day, and it's rough. So I appreciate that.
I think it's awesome that they're out there singing. I could just imagine you out there just singing and having a good old time.
That was like the Seven Dwarfs movie, is the only time they get out there and sing.
Thank you, Council Segler. Looks like that I would entertain a motion if someone's prepared for that.
I move that we approve the ordinance, the regulating, relating to the noise of building construction and development activities.
Motion by Henderson, second.
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Councilwoman Casperson. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilman Henderson,
Aye.
Councilman Coates,
Aye.
I am an aye all as well, and Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Mr. Segmill, you can stay right there. This is 9B. This is a consideration to approve an ordinance adopting shade tree policies. And this, as the previous agenda item, we have had previous conversations regarding this as well.
Correct. Yeah, this has been before the council for discussion and work session. This one did not require any major edits that I intend to call out. Just to mention, it's a repeal and replace of an existing shade and street tree ordinance. We're trying to just expand and better define some of the details that, with progress and modern experience, we feel are helpful to our city's management and hopefully to help promote and keep shade trees amongst our community.
Yeah, and I just mentioned also that we worked very hard to not make this prohibitive, but to make it beneficial to both the city and the residents to allow them to make their decisions. Any questions for Mr. Segmiller? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance adopting the shade tree policy.
Okay, motion by Coates.
Second.
Motion by Coates, second by Councilwoman Casperson. We'll do a roll call vote as well. Again, Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Councilman Ivy is a yes. Councilman Coates
Aye.
and Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Segmiller. Okay, we're into section 10 of our agenda. This is the public hearing portion. We do have several public hearings. This is an opportunity for the council to listen and consider public feedback. After I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to a specific item, please remember to state your name for the record. Please keep your comments on topic, and please try not to be repetitive to something that has already been said and concise. Usually the most well-spoken public comments can take 2 to 3 minutes. And then I would just remind council that if they would take notes, and then we can have a discussion of whatever you'd like to talk about after. So this is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for the stormwater impact fee facilities plan and analysis. Mr. Mogul. Oh, there he is. Sorry. Front row, I couldn't see you. This is our city engineer, Paul Mogul.
Yeah, thanks. So we, the city had hired Civil Science to update our master plan. Just a little brief summary of it. Washington City is divided into different watershed areas. As the city grows, the stormwater drainage patterns in these watershed areas change and are impacted. These impacts to the watershed areas required new infrastructure to be placed. The purpose of this study was to perform the following: to assess the capacity of the existing major stormwater infrastructure, identify current and potential future stormwater infrastructure needs, and recommend updated values for a storm drain impact fee and a storm drain user fee to provide funding for these identified needs. We hired civil science. They're here if there are any technical questions about the study, the master plan, but that's kind of a brief scenario of it.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Paul, that was the briefest briefing document I've ever seen. Can you just, for the record, talk about the fee and the change to the fee that is proposed in the analysis?
Yes, I don't have the numbers with me. Give me just one second.
So it says in the breakdown, it's $4,749.04.
Yes. The 4 cents being key.
So
And then the user fee remained the same at $6.80.
What was the previous
It was
impact fee?
$4,703.
yeah, it went up like $46, $46.04. Right? I got a thumbs up in the back, so we're good.
Sounds like our memory is working then. So my question is, I have no intention of doing 4 cents on the impact fee. Just so everyone knows, I think we should even the dollars up and make it
So you're proposing to lower the proposed impact fee?
just a touch.
I'm so unprepared to make this decision
So
for 4 cents.
you can't handle the 4 cents. I'm going to tell the engineering department they'll have to tighten their pennies some more.
Sounds like you better make that motion.
There
William.
goes our storm drain project in 2026.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Mogul? from
I'd
council?
just like to, make aware, when you presented that information earlier, I really like the fact that the fee for the existing residents is not changing, that we're leaving that the same. I really like that. That stood out to me. And, I like the fact that we're able to take, the study that you did was very, intensive and very well done. I like the fact that we only have to raise the impact fee on new construction. I think it's $45 or $46 to take care of our needs. And so to me, both of those were positive, and so I appreciate your good work on that. So,
And the staff has been able to get a lot of projects done on the last 5-year
yeah,
cycle,
they have.
which is important that we are putting the funds to use to help improve our city. So I really appreciate staff getting those done.
And they're, I think they're very thrifty in what they do. They get a lot done, and they do it, within the budget, and that's much appreciated by everybody. So,
Thank you, Mr. Bogle. Would staff have any questions for the engineers that are here in attendance tonight? Would you like them to come up for questions? Okay, any council have any clarifying questions or anything before we move forward? Okay, at this time, I will open the public hearing so the council may listen to your input. We have no public comment on this item. Would anyone like to come up and talk to this agenda item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion and/or a motion.
So I want to propose 47.45 because I like increments of 5, but is that going to hurt the public works, or do you want 49? Then I make a motion, we approve the approval of the ordinance of the stormwater impact fee with the fee of $4,745.
Motion by Coates. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Coates, second by Henderson. We'll do a roll call vote as well. Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
Councilman Coates?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Councilwoman Casperson?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. And thank you for your good work on that. That's important stuff that you don't think about every day, so appreciate that. Our next item is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-01, located at the east end of Wild Horse Ridge. The applicant is Short Term Investment LLC. We have received 2 electronic public comments on this item. The staff has received those and reviewed them prior to the meeting. Staff, who's,
I've got
Okay,
it. Thank you,
thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem. The applicant estate is requesting approval to change the zoning of approximate 2.05 acres. The request changes from the current zoning of open space to the proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum, or we refer to it as the R115 zoning designation. The R115 request is for the purpose of increasing square footage to an already existing R115 zoned lot. The particular location has a general planned use designation of very low density, which was just awarded them by the council just shortly in the last month or so. This allows for R115 or larger zoning districts. The surrounding zoning of this parcel is open space to the north and east, with R115 to the west and south. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined. The applicant is following up again to that previously approved general plan amendment to the very low density. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their February 16th meeting, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-22-01 for the zone change request from open space to the proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot R115 zoning district onto you, the City Council, and it's based on the findings in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council has on this proposed zone change.
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Elliman? Okay, seeing none. Would the applicant like to come forward?
I'm Mike Stewart, the applicant. First of all, I want to say thank you on that last item for keeping those fees in time where everything's going up. That was a relief, so we appreciate you keeping those fees totally reasonable, so thank you. Does anybody have any questions? I mean, we're just taking the space and extending it a little bit farther. Honestly, we went with that zoning because that's what the surrounding is. These lots are going to be half acre at the smallest, and actually they're going to be a couple 1 acres and then an 8 acre. That's the whole rest of that property. So there will be quite large lots there.
Hey, Council, do you have any clarifying questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come and speak to this agenda item? Again, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion or a motion.
Are we concerned about any of the hillside? I know it's on the ridge. up
Everything's
there.
already been done. It's
It has?
like you can't, yeah, what they're
Okay.
only, the area they're choosing has already been,
Graded. Okay. That's what I figured with the way the boundary lines were. I just wanted to confirm.
yeah, and we told them we don't want to be going any farther to the east because that's where it really starts to, I think, fall in that area. So, and it's then you're hitting hillside and everything, I mean, extremely, so.
And that was my understanding as well, Council.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Ivy, I move that we approve an ordinance zone change for request Z-22-01 located at the east end of Wild Horse Ridge.
Okay, motion by Henderson, second. Second by Councilman Coates. We will do a roll call vote again. Councilwoman Casperson?
Aye.
I am an aye as well. Councilman Coates?
Aye.
Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Next item is, I believe it's 10B, public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for General Plan Amendment G-22-01 to change from medium-high density to high density located approximately Bella Vista Drive and Desert Cactus Drive. Again, the council has received 2 electronic public comments. The council has read those and would invite staff now to present.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The applicant is seeking to amend the general plan land use map in the area designated here. The requested area covers approximately 13.78 acres. The current land use designation is the medium-high density residential. The applicant is seeking approval to have the land use designation changed to the high-density residential for the possibility to develop the area into a future multifamily residential project. The medium-high density residential designation carries a density ratio of 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre, with the high-density residential designation carrying 13 to 16 dwelling units per acre. The surrounding general plan land use designations are community commercial to the north and east, medium-high density residential to the west, and medium-density residential to the south. Staff has reviewed the requested change, and at the Planning Commission level of review, staff wish to stay neutral on the proposed change for the request from the medium-high density to the high-density designation, pointing out that the request is not far-fetched and could be justified with the location abutting the commercial zone properties to the north and which again is which abut Telegraph Road, which is the city's either number 1 or number 2 busiest road, depending on what hour of the day it might be. But due to the surrounding developments and residents, the current designation appeared to be the best density for the parcel, and just because of the past history. But after hearing of the positive feedback from the few neighbors that showed up at the second public hearing in the area who had an opportunity to attend an open house with the developers, staff is more inclined to recommend approval of the general plan land use map amendment for the high density request. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at 2 separate public hearings on January 9th and once again on February 16th. The Planning Commission, by a split vote of 3 to 2, recommended denial of G-22-01 to amend the general plan land use map from the current medium high density residential to the proposed high density residential designation. And that was on to the city council of that motion. The stated reason, which we have always for denial, must give a stated reason, was that the request for this particular amendment should not be based on a piece-by-piece change in relationship to the overall project. That was kind of condensed. It was a long motion, but we just felt that was probably what it was based on for them. They were kind of strung because they didn't know what to do. The first public hearing had a plethora of people that were here, and then they held the public or the open house by the developer after, and then only 2 people showed up at the second one. So, and they were both positive for it, so they were kind of baffled, and that's why they just really didn't know what to do with this motion. So it went split 3 to 2. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have on my report or this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Elliman. I would like to just make a comment and then open it up for other council questions. I would just make comment that the open house that they had, that it probably isn't representative of everyone there, that there's probably some very positive comments, but I'm not sure that everyone was there, nor did they have their voice heard there. But I do appreciate that, the fact that they reached out for that. Council, any other questions that you'd like to ask staff at this time?
I think I'll wait until after the public hearing myself.
Okay. Could we have the applicant come up at this time if they would like to?
I'm Jerem Johnson, representing the applicant, Wasatch Group. So just a couple things on this parcel. You know, we had recommendation to reach out to our neighbors. I know this has been a contemplated development for some time and has a pretty storied history with it. So we had 2 separate meetings, sitting down with the neighborhood, understanding first what their concerns were, and then secondarily going back and making edits to the proposed use, you know, condensing some of the density approval we would be pursuing, and then addressing some of the concerns they had about traffic flow, given the nature of the type of use that was to be seen, and then also some color schemes that are contemplated for the buildings. Those were all big elements that the neighborhood was interested in having modifications to. So we went back, looked at that, and then represented in our second meeting with them, which I think helped them understand our commitment to being in the neighborhood, working with them, and also being able to give where we felt we could and still have a viable project.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
I've got a couple of questions, if it's okay.
Yeah.
One of the things I try to do when considering changes like this is how it benefits the people of Washington City, particularly the people, that live within a small radius of your project. And I'd like you to maybe address that a little bit, how your project is beneficial to the city. And the other question I'd like to ask is if we don't change the zoning tonight, what would be your plan B for the property with the zoning that's already in place?
Sure. Yeah, so really they can be answered with the same response. I mean, it's a very similar question to one we got from the neighborhood. And for us, we're lifelong apartment multifamily. I mean, we're 34 years in the space, and so we kind of live and breathe multifamily apartment communities. And for those to be optimized, the best case scenario for us as a builder from our side, right, is 250 units. That's the best case for building, the best case for occupancy, stabilization, takeout, those things. So if I build a 150 unit deal or a 250 unit deal, the overhead is the same, right? That's my benefit, obviously, not your question. The reason that's important is that if the closer we get to that optimized, I keep that staffing, that support, and it's professionally managed. All my screening elements, the security of the site, the cleanliness of the site, management of parking, all of those things are optimized, the closer I get to that. And so that's the pursuit, of the change, is optimizing that oversight of the project, having a professional, manager on site, having financials on site that are assisting with rent collection, those things, and then securing, the site and keeping it clean. Our use, if it were denied, I honestly don't know how we would pursue that. We've talked about how we could use, maybe a hybrid model or a different set, but we would have to just go back and look at it. I don't think we have a very clear direction, separate from, what we're pursuing currently.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I don't necessarily have a question for the applicant. I was just wondering if Drew could kind of explain, because there is a little bit of confusion. This isn't a zone change that we're looking at tonight. Could you talk about maybe what the general plan is now, what they're asking for, and then what the zoning currently is, and maybe a little of the history of the project, just so we are all on the same page to start with?
Yeah, like I say, general plan designations kind of dictate what your zoning can ask, what you can ask for in your zoning. So the medium high density and high density are both kind of designated for R3 zoning or PUD zoning. The general plan basically sets the density, unless you general plan it to a PUD, which is an option as well. But right now, the medium high has a 7 to 12 dwelling unit per acre, where high density goes from 13 to 16. So you can go up to 4 more units per acre on any particular project. The current zoning is PUD with a project, but it's because of timing has expired. It still has the PUD zoning because we don't take that away like we used to in the past. So it has PUD zoning, but their density is limited right now to that 12 dwelling units per acre. They could use the bonus, the credit in the PUD, but because of the design of this one, they wouldn't be able to get too many credits on it because it's designed for streets, et cetera, and they don't have any of those.
No, but can't we, per our PUD, we can approve what's applicable or not based on the site? currently.
You can, but you need to justify why you're going up. That's why we put the credits in. And I don't think they'll hit enough of the credits to be able to get up to where they need. So they need to either go to the high density or get a PUD designation, because then we don't have densities in the PUD designation general plan.
I guess that's my point. Go to a PUD
Right. You could,
versus,
yeah, and the
versus
council can
straight
always
zoning.
leave that open, you know, for that. It's just the high density tells you what your limit, you know. Again, it might be best, because on the PUD, they could come in and if it gave you a bang up project, you could go up to 17, 18, 19, because we have approved projects in the city that are at 20 and 22, but those are in your PCDs. But you could use that as a rationale. And that's why sometimes I'm kind of leery about sometimes going even away from the high density, if that makes sense, of the limit on 16 plus getting your credits. Because the other way, and I don't want to keep denying someone if they come in and say, well, I think I got a killer project. I want to propose 20, you know, at you. So that's the only reason. I just for what that's worth on its thought. But that's where you're at tonight, is that those options still, I think, are available. We've done that in the past. It's not like we haven't. If that's how you feel after you get your public hearing going and done. And so just keep that in mind as you go through everything, you know, tonight in the process of this public hearing. So.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Appreciate it.
At this time, I will open the public hearing. Council, listen to your input. Invite council to make notes of any questions or items they'd like to address after the public hearing is closed.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ivy, members of the council. My name is Terry Keefe. I live at 480 East Sienna Drive in Bella Vista. I'd like to clarify the information on the public hearings with the Planning Commission. The first one that was held lasted about 5.5 hours, and as is the case today, we were second from the last. So everybody was pretty tired by the time that came up, only to be told that the developer had tabled the proposal, so we sat there for nothing. In the interim, we met with Wasatch Construction, and I would like to compliment Wasatch Construction for their outreach. All of the iterations of proposals we've had for this property, this is really the first time that we've had a productive meeting with a developer. So they did a good job on that, and they listened to our concerns. The main concern that they really didn't take into, well, they took it into consideration. We're fine with the appearance of the project, but it's the density. We're just not happy with them asking for 200 and some units, especially when we had a project approved in September 26, 2019, where the city council approved 183 units, which was originally 191 units, but they wanted 4-story apartments, and the fourth story was removed, reducing the overall total. That proposal was given to us and to the council in a similar manner to what Wasatch presented us. Very nice presentation. Just like Wasatch came down, the developer brought down his design team from Salt Lake. And I would say go back and look at the presentation from, well, actually it was October 9th when it was approved, 2019, and compare it to this project now, and you'll see it's pretty similar. The project now originally had one main entrance, which was a concern for us because it would, we felt, drive more traffic to Bella Vista than down to 1100 East. The old proposal actually had 2 entrances. So Wasatch put a second entrance in farther east on the project. As far as the second public hearing, I think the reason a majority of people did not attend there is when the public notice came out from the city, it said that the Planning Commission would be holding an electronic public hearing. And I sent that out to all of our residents, notifying them of that. Now, during the first hearing, even though the Planning Commission tabled it, the chairman said, we're going to give, since you've been here so long, we'll give the public an opportunity to present their comments. So a lot of us got up and addressed the planning commission with our concerns at that time, which we were told would become part of the public record. I was one that got up and spoke then. I saw no reason to come back to the second public hearing and just regurgitate what I had said the first time, because the planning commission tends to get a little antsy when they feel it's just going longer and longer and people are saying the same thing. And we'd already presented our information. The main thing we're concerned about again is density, especially when you take in the entire project surrounding this area. We have Desert Flower that had more units crammed in. We have Desert Ridge, or I think that's the name of the townhomes going along Desert Cactus. But we also have the remaining property east of Florence Drive, which is the street coming down from Bella Vista, that has a tremendous amount of housing units proposed at a future date. Also with the Desert Ridge proposal, the developer have told us that they're making application to the city to put a third row of units farther south up the hillside. I'm not sure what the status of that. So when you take all of these projects together and then throw in another 220 units, you're talking about an awful lot of density in that area. You look at 1100 East, it's going to be a smaller street than Bella Vista, and that's where the light's going to go. So I don't see how we're going to be able to have anything on 1100 East but one-way traffic both ways. So now we're taking everybody out to hit that light. So the first car in line wants to make a left turn, but you've got southbound traffic coming from the north. That light changes, you get maybe 3 cars through, you got cars backed all the way up to Desert Lane. The more density we've got, the more problems we're having. I truly struggled with this because I like the design of Wasatch's program. They really did a good job. But looking back to 2019, I really liked that project too. And it had 40 some units less than what this proposal has. I'm on the board of the HOA board for our neighborhood, so I've talked to a lot of the residents up there. I know we do have 2 residents that are very strongly in support of this, and that's their right, and I'm glad that they do. I hope they're here tonight to testify. But the people I've talked to, which is not 100% of our residents, are not in favor of this because of the density. So I appreciate the time. I probably went over my 2 minutes, so thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Keefe. And, I do apologize. That should have been noted at the first of that meeting that that agenda item had changed.
The city staff was caught unaware. It was not city staff's fault.
Okay.
So-
And then we also apologize on that noticing for the electronic meeting, but just know that all meetings now are live. Electronic is an option. So
Right.
and we do apologize for that.
That's okay. I would like to point one other thing I just remembered because I started thinking about Drew. If you go back to 2019, city staff supported that project. And up to a few minutes ago, city staff remained neutral here. So for all of the projects that have been proposed in this property, city staff's never remained neutral. They've always supported it. So by city staff remaining neutral, that tells me something is amiss. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come and speak to this?
Sandra Kavanaugh, also from Bella Vista. And I'll just say that thank you all. I appreciate it. And I appreciated the first responders, this special month for them. And I will say I was a volunteer firefighter and engineer and an RN
mobile intensive care nurse, so I appreciate what you're doing for the first responders. It's wonderful.
And thank you for your service as well.
And sadly, my last case in trauma operating room was bringing in an officer on a domestic violence who passed away in the emergency room. So pretty sad. My heart goes out to them. I want to say that I purchased property. My husband and I purchased property 12 years ago in Bella Vista. We're up there on lot number 1. I don't remember what year it was, but I know it was a very long time ago, and Mr. Sigmiller probably remembers. I think he was on the city council at that time, when the general plan was changed from medium density. When I purchased my property and built my home up there, this was medium density. If you note on the other side, or to the west of that desert flower, that's all like retirement homes there and further west. And it's retirement homes off to the east. So this whole section here, and up on our mountaintop, there's a few kids, but not many. It's pretty much retirement. So that's kind of what we were looking at, what we were thinking we were getting. So not long after being here, like I say, many years ago, and Mr. Segmiller might be able to tell you the year that it was, the general plan, because someone came in, they bought all this land that you're seeing, the empty spaces where Desert Flower is now in that gray section that we're talking about right now, asking them to change it to medium high density. We were against it then because we felt like that didn't fit into our area. But we were told that, well, this would be better for us because then they could zone it as a PUD and have more control over what took place on this. Since that time, year after year, things get changed. They come back in and they'll do one section and say, okay, well, we got this done. Then they go to another section. They want to increase the density there. And they go to the next section. These 3 empty spaces there to the south of that gray section are all going to be built in there. That's not staying empty. Some of it's hillside, but as Mr. Keefe mentioned, there's going to be still a lot of building there. And then I heard, because of the reason you heard why we weren't at that second Planning Commission meeting, I would have been there had I realized that it was going to be public. I understand that something came up about that they're going to put a traffic light down there at 1100 East, and I'm trying to figure out why on earth would you put a traffic light down there where there is a storage unit on one side, and on the north side of the Telegraph is a turf farm. All of this other residential over there, unless they're going to then veer them out onto 1100 before they hit Telegraph, because right now they go directly onto Telegraph. So what is all this traffic going to be over there that they need to put a light there, when in our section, when we come out Bella Vista onto Telegraph, now we have the light up at the Parkway empties down, then the light down at 1000 East empties out, and we're having to wait for traffic coming from both directions, and we have to get across to make a left turn to come into our city, 3 lanes of traffic plus a turn lane in the middle to get it clear enough to get out of there. So you can see why we're concerned about more density coming in there, going out on that street, and still no light. And somebody said, well, they haven't been able to do a traffic study. Well, how can they do a traffic study for that other, for 1100, when there's not even a roadway there? So I'll leave it at that, not make it any longer, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to come up to this?
My name is Art Reed. I live in Bella Vista. When we were at the planning committee for the 3 hours before we were able to speak, we heard a lot about the rights of the landowner. And in most cases, we learned that the landowner
has a right to do what he would like with the land as long as it complies with the ordinances and the zoning. We're not talking about that today. The landowner is changing the zoning for his personal benefit. And when you change the zoning, you change the neighborhood. And now that affects the residents of the neighborhood, our neighborhood. And because it affects us directly, we should have the right to determine whether it should be approved. If the city makes a change that impacts the neighborhood because the change enhances the community as a whole, that's a totally different situation. That's not happening here. This change only enhances the position of the developer. We live in this community. We have invested in this community. We shop here. We support the library. We support the community athletic center. And we even stand on the side of the street and watch parades go by. This is our community. This is our neighborhood. And we delight in watching it grow. But stuffing more apartments into an already crowded area is not positive growth. The developer told us when we met with him that he could make this at work with the existing zoning. I propose that you hold him to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Appreciate it.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem, my name is Charles Pacjoyan. I live in Bella Vista. I'll have to be very honest with all of you. I really can't hardly fathom the fact that we're up here again discussing this project after so many years and so many times being here. I hope that all of you have had a chance to research the history on this, because without that knowledge, this just seems like a minor change to something. It took a lot of work, a lot of haggling, a lot of changes to the design to get to where we were back when this current project was approved as amended back in October 2019. When you have three parties come to a table, the council, the developer, and the surrounding neighbors, and we sit down and we come to an agreement on something based on the information that we're given at that time, that agreement should hold. If this proposal had been brought as it is today to us back in October of 2019, I can guarantee you without a single doubt in my mind that there would have been none of the current homeowners would have been on board with this, because it was a huge jump. But we're doing it like the frog in the hot water pan, okay? You put a frog and just turn the heat up a little slowly, he'll stay in there until it cooks itself. If you put him in hot water, he's going to jump out. I'm reminded of the story of the three kids that grew up together, and they were very competitive amongst each other, and they found themselves in their senior year in high school, and it was finals week, and each of them had to get an A in their history class in order to qualify for scholarships. Well, one of the gentlemen got an A on his exam. His buddy got an 89. Of course, you all know that the current and standard is that 89 is a B. So he went to his professor and basically begged. He said, look, my buddy got it. He got a 90 on his test. I'm only 1 point behind. And this means a whole lot to me. It changes my future, blah, blah, blah. And he got the teacher, the professor, to change it to an A. His other buddy got an 88. So what do you think his excuse was? Well, I'm only 1% behind the guy that was ahead of me at 89. This proposal is not just going from medium high to high. It is going from what was originally just medium to high, if you look at the long-term history of this. And that is not, to me, justified. I am all in favor of the project that the developer is proposing. It is a beautiful project. It's up
scale. It's got lots of amenities. The construction is very nice. But to sit here and say that we want to optimize our overhead, that's just a nice term. It's more of a maximize our profits. That's what this is about. So it's not for me to get into the developer's pocketbook and how much he can or can't make. But at the same time, I do not believe this cannot be a viable project at the current level of density. It's already fudging the limit. It was at 13.87 with the original proposal with the 4-story apartments. And it was whittled down because of some credits and stuff. It still ended up at 13.2, which is in excess of what medium high is allowing. And now here we are going to what, 15, 16, 17? The developer started out at 240 something. He came back to our meeting, the community meeting, at 220. I told him at the first meeting, I would be in favor of no more than a 10% increase over that 183, keeping everything else the same. I'm still going to remain at that point and no higher. And we're talking about 95 plus occupancy rates in this area. So when you look at the numbers, you reduce the number of units, a 10% increase in the rents will raise the overall revenue right back up to what it would have been with the increased units. And with less units, you have less construction costs, you have less maintenance costs. I don't see where there's a problem with this. I really don't. And so I hope the council stays on course with what we have now and not increase it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Greg Cannon. I live in Desert Flower. I'm the old person of that tract. All the rest of them are young, newlywed, young families. And when we moved in there, they said, well, that land just east of us is going to be the same kind of development. Well, as we can see, it's not the same kind of development at all. There's a lot of talk of what's going to happen to the young kids that just get married, and where do they live? Do they live in these kind of high-rise developments, or do they move into a house that they feel is their own, that they take care of, that they want their community to grow with? I'm going to say the people I talk to, some of them are for this new increase, but most of them are not. They prefer to have the houses that they moved into. They think that that's a great plan for their first house, to be able to have an enjoyable house that they could develop, that they can grow with, and that they can have a nice neighborhood to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I hope what I'm about to say isn't too inappropriate.
Can we state your name,
Oh,
please, sir?
I'm sorry. It's Bruce Furr. I'm in the Bella Vista.
Bruce.
Furr, F-U-R-R. I look at this map and I see what's already been developed, and I drive down Bella Vista and I see all those little places to the west of what you're proposing here, and they're crammed and they're crowded and they're bumped in there. And I think to myself, I'll probably live another maybe 8 years, I hope. What will this place look like in 7 to 10 years from now? I have the advantage of having a brother-in-law in Heber City who lives right almost next door to another one of these developers' projects, crowded density, and in the last 7 to 5 years, it's slowly developed into what I would, in my perspective, call a slum. And I'm worried about what's going to happen here. What will this look like in 7 to 10 years with all the other development going on up and down the Telegraph Road? There's nice-looking apartment buildings. I'm not sure this is something that would fit into that environment in 7 to 10 years. So I'm asking you, please don't let them go to high density. If you get up where we are and look down at this place on the west, that's medium density. It's just crammed in there. It doesn't look very good. You can hardly drive down the little narrow streets. So don't let them do that to this large parcel. That's what I'm asking you not to do. Leave it as medium density. We've agreed to that. They agreed to it. And he keeps changing this story every time we come to a meeting. So I'm asking you, please keep it like it is and don't turn it into a mess 7, 8, 10 years from now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furr. I just want to add that living in Washington is going to really increase that life expectancy. So you better plan on it. We're happy to have you here. Anyone else like to speak to this agenda item?
Hello, council members. My name is Gavin Vaughn. Actually one of the aforementioned young newlywed couples there in Desert Flower. Very grateful to be. I want to say we are very lucky to have gotten in there. And I know originally when we were moving from out of state, we were looking for something like what this development would have, being kind of projected to be. And I've been privileged enough to kind of see some of the mock-ups and designs on Wasatch Group's plans. And I want to say, I'm very positively, in that direction with them. I think that would be something positive in the community, somewhere that would be more for the young and, maybe single even individuals that are looking for homes, whether they're local already or moving from far away out of state. Just want to throw my vote in confidence of that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Hello, Linda Greenwood, Bella Vista. I know that I addressed a letter to all of you, and thank you for responding. I just want to reiterate my feelings that high density doesn't work for the area, and especially listening to other people at this public hearing and throwing in all those numbers that I can never keep in my head, I can see why it really does not fit for our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up?
Council, I'm Spencer Anderson. I'm also one of the aforementioned young people down there at Desert Flower. And first and foremost, as a newer neighbor to Bella Vista, I absolutely hear and can sympathize with their concerns, namely just the density in general. And it would be, and I can also appreciate how they must be frustrated how this project has evolved over time. And it seems a little ludicrous to have a project proposed and then be revised. So I'm new to this process, but I can see how that would be frustrating to them. I would also like to kind of bring to light Washington and the real estate market in general, if anyone has noticed, has changed immensely, more change than we've ever seen in the last 2 or 3 decades. For example, Desert Flower, it is a little more crammed in than Bella Vista, but those homes up there are well into the millions. And I built my home for $342,000, and I was really excited to be able to get into that about a year ago. When I moved into my home, it appraised for over $500,000, which it seems great, right? But the fact of the matter is, if I was buying a single family home right now, like 12 months later, I wouldn't be able to afford that house. So the problem that Washington City has is, it's great that property values are increasing, but there really is an affordability issue with this city. And I understand that the high densities, it kind of sucks. There's some downside to it. But the fact of the matter is, a bigger lot, you can't make it affordable right now. And so the only way that you can make things more affordable is essentially to get those densities in. So in reviewing the project that Wasatch has proposed, it's beautiful. There's wide open spaces. They've gone above and beyond with the amenities that they're going to provide for the people inside of their community. It's a lot more than just, a number of whether there's 200 units in there or 250 units in there. There's pools, there's green space for places to play. And what those increased units in that area brings to the community is the ability to make it more livable. We can't ask the developer to take away his units, which essentially is the capital that he can invest into the project, but then ask for all the good stuff. We just can't do that. And a density that
probably made sense 2 years ago, it just doesn't make sense now. And frankly, if we build more of the exact same thing of desert flower there, it would be great, but I wouldn't be able to afford it. And so we're not fixing the current problem. So in reviewing what they're proposing, they look like an incredible builder. Their projects up in Salt Lake are awesome. And the fact of the matter is someone is going to build there, and it seems like cost is going to increase. And so if this doesn't get approved, they're probably going to need to go back to the drawing board. Costs will increase, and they're going to come back for more density and more density and more density. So I think it's a great project. They did mention in their proposal that there would be some small, modest amenities that we could use in Desert Flower, like a dog park, pickleball courts, things like that. That increases the value of my home. So I'm absolutely for it, not only because I think it's a great project, I think it's filling a public need that we have right now. It's going to increase the value of our home right here. And as far as the traffic, I mean, from someone that lives there, Bella Vista Drive is this huge 70-foot wide highway, and on the weekends there's like no one there. So like I understand that you hear a lot of like concern about traffic in there, but there's just no one out there right now. There's going to be more people in there, but man, there's a lot of room for growth. So with that said, I think Wasatch has put together a great project, and I think this would be an incredible benefit to the community. And I think it would be short-sighted to try to take away some of their units when that's money that's going to be invested into the project and incentivize them to make it a great project. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else like to come forward and speak to this agenda item? Are you sure you don't want to go to bed tonight and say, I wish I should have, coulda? Okay, all right. Seeing no more coming forward to speak to this, I will close the public hearing and invite the council to have a discussion if they like, or call for a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you allow me to address maybe some of the questions, or one of the questions? Would that be okay?
Yeah, we had questions that, yes, please.
So I just kind of want to address, I think that a lot of people talked about change. I mean, I have it written down 6 or 7 times that we have a lot that's changing and a lot of things have changed. And I think that that's true. And I think that it's important to recognize, in fact, when we took a tour with a city in northern Utah who are facing really similar issues to ours, and their answer to this was to take every bit of zoning in their city that wasn't yet built and raise it up a level. And I'm not suggesting we do that, but I am suggesting that a lot has changed. And when you think of what has changed, it makes it a really difficult decision for the council. The mayor always says he's glad he doesn't have a vote, and I'm glad I don't have a vote tonight, but a lot has changed. Land prices have changed. Housing affordability has changed. The availability of water has changed. And so the council has that difficult decision to make in light of those changing circumstances. But I think it's also important to recognize when we're talking about affordability, that used to be kind of a word that we used to say low income. And we'd say, well, we want to create some affordable housing, and it felt low income. And we have areas like that that are subsidized in their low income. But now we get up and we talk about affordability. And what I'm seeing, and I think it was Spencer that alluded to it, affordability isn't low income anymore. It's for our essential workers. It's police officers and firefighters and teachers. So we're not asking for low income. We need somewhere for our essential workers to live. And I'm not certainly saying that we do that everywhere, but I think that things have changed, and it's important to recognize what has changed. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, City Manager Red.
So I'll give my comments. I was on Planning Commission for 3 years prior to this. I sat through 4 applications on this, so I've seen the progression throughout the years. And I've been in favor of most of them. And the last plan I thought was a very good plan. I liked it. I think we worked hard, and the community worked together to community sawed off on it, the developer sawed off on it, and things change, right? 2 years down the road, things change. My biggest concern is that it was a PUD, and this isn't asking for a PUD, and that's what I want to see is a PUD. I want to see the plan. I want to see the thing. I was promised multiple things, and then they didn't all get happened in the first couple phases. I mean, we're supposed to have some parks, amenities, and some trails that I was under the impression we were going to get. So I just want to make sure we get them, because I understand things change, and I understand that you have them. I'm not fully in for that many units in this area, but I'm not totally against looking at a plan. I have not seen fully what their plan is because it's not in front of us tonight. But those are kind of my thoughts, is I'm not in favor of changing it to high density. And I think that was some of the concern of the planning commission members too, was, hey, we're just going to give them straight high density and then we lose control of oversight and see. And that's all. I just want to make sure it's a good project and that the community can be involved. We can be involved throughout the process. So I'm landing on the favor of is that we do a PUD residential on it. And then they can present their plan. We can review it. We can decide if it's beneficial. We can decide density at that time, but our application before us isn't deciding how many units. It's we want high density. And I'm currently not in favor of just going straight high density on it, but that's just me.
Thank you, Councilman Coates.
Can I ask a couple of questions to the
Absolutely.
applicant?
Applicant, would you please come back up?
Thank you. Can you give us an idea of what type of apartments these are going to be? Maybe give us an idea of what your projected rent is going to be, cost, to the tenants?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a mixed product. So you're looking at 3-story walk-up, so what we would call garden style apartments, and then townhomes that are rentals as well. And those would vary in size. So if it's a 4-plex, you'd have 2 bedrooms in the middle, so a 2 by 2.5, and 3 by 2.5 on the outside. So
What would be the range of, your rent that you would charge on these?
yeah, so it'll run. Obviously, that's contingent on build costs and a lot of different things. But contemplated, you would be, in the from 1,200 to, to 1,700, 1,800.
Okay. Did you guys own this property back in October of 2019?
No.
So you guys are new owners?
We're brand new to it. Yep.
Okay.
But just to be clear, you're not the owners of the property.
We are not. It's
Stephen Howcroft is, and
Yeah.
he is.
Yep.
He was the owner.
He
back
was
then.
the owner? Okay.
Yeah, so we've come in, they toured a project we had up in Salt Lake, and were interested enough in the project that they wanted to understand how we do things, and we sat down. Out of that discussion, we worked with them on doing a joint venture, and in doing that, we said, hey, this is our expertise, let us take a look at it. And this is our proposal, working with them to move forward. So, but
Thank
yes,
you.
the history is something that came up in our discussions with the neighborhood. That was great context for us because we didn't have that knowledge in advance.
Okay.
I appreciate you going and meeting with the neighbors, and
Yeah.
and I hope you understand. Right now, where I'm sitting is that I'm not in favor or against it. I just am in favor, not for the current proposal.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I don't have a plan to look at.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I think city code in this particular process is a little bit challenging for that reason, right? It's like, and why, when we wrote the proposal, right, we looked at the code to say, okay, we're going to submit a density change based on the city's criteria to say, how do I do staged growth? Okay, if it's commercial next to us, and then you go to high, and then you go to medium, and even inside our own project, we're going from a higher 3-story to a townhome product to then medium across. That was the ideology, behind the proposal.
So to let you know where I'm at, I think I'm in favor of leaving it the way it is, the density, so.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any more discussion?
I just want to say I saw the project, and like many people have said here, I did think it was well planned, and I've seen other work that they have done, and they've done really well. But I have the same, like we're not voting on this project. We're voting on a zone change, a general plan, and so I'm not in support of changing the general plan.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Sounds like that we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we deny the, we deny the Bella Vista, Make a motion that we deny the general plan amendment G-22-01 to change from medium high density to high density located at approximately Bella Vista Drive and Desert Cactus Drive. And the reason for denial is that I'd like to see it in a PCD, or not PCD, sorry, PUD format. Because the high density is not contingent with the high density is too high a density compared to the medium density to the south. Is that enough?
Question, comment by,
Yeah, I was just saying, you could, again, as council, I'm just letting you know, you could go to a PUD general plan amendment, and that gives you that opportunity, at that time, and then they can bring you the PUD, zone proposal.
you're
Just
right,
gives
but
you more
that wouldn't be-
flexibility.
But that wouldn't be tonight.
No, this is just general plan, and you have in your,
Currently,
in-
right now, it's
in your
already
playbook.
It's already zoned PUD,
Correct.
so they can come back with a PUD without going through a general plan right now.
They can, but it gets back to what I explained earlier in the discussion, is that the limit is on the 7 to 12 dwelling units, because if it stays medium high density, that's your parameter.
But the council has a preview to increase that density if they feel need to on it currently, right?
They do, but again, it'll be based upon credits that are earned, and if you don't have the opportunity to earn some of those credits we put in,
But if they
you
put
won't
in
be
the,
able to do that.
But if they put in the amenities they say they're putting in, which I have not seen all the amenities, then there's potential for credits to increase those densities.
Well, I will agree, council can do what they choose to do. I just try to keep it the playing field, not just for this and all the folks around it, but anywhere in the
I agree
city.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
What I'm
anywhere in
saying
the
is that
city.
they can come back and ask for a PUD. That's how I want to look at it, is a PUD. We can look at the plan, work on it, work with the community, work with the developer, work with the city, and get the best plan we can. We had a really good one last time. I'm optimistic we can get an even better one.
I'm just saying
Works
that
for
that
everybody.
PUD designation in general plan is very helpful for you.
That's the PUD
That's-
general plan designation gives you all the flexibility. If you leave it at medium density, then you don't have as much flexibility.
But
But
the
their PUD has to come
No,
back within those.
I
parameters.
understand that.
Okay, I just
So
want to make sure.
yeah, if they want to go this route, they can come back with a PUD, or they can submit with the current general plan and come with the PUD. They can go change the general plan to PUD, or they can come back and do based on the medium density. It's up to them.
so Councilman, would you like to restate your motion? And we'll,
I think
My
he
motion
knows
is
what
to
he wants.
deny the current application
okay.
because don't think the high density works in this area. So
Okay, motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll second that.
second by Councilman Henderson. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilman Casperson?
Aye.
I am aye as well. Councilman
Aye.
Coates? Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
That motion fails unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I
Yep,
think that the motion was to deny, and it
So it passed. I'm
unanimously.
sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, I apologize. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We move now to 10C. This also is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for city code amendment to Title 9, Chapter 10, which eliminates storage units in commercial zones. The council did receive one electronic public comment on this item. And who is presenting? This would be Mr. Ellerman, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As stated, Washington City is the applicant wishing to amend the city code by amending title. I'll wait a minute.
Yeah, hold on just 1 second.
Thank you. Starting over, Washington City is wishing to amend the city code by amending Title 9-10B-2B, conditional uses. This amendment is to remove storage units from the list of uses within the commercial chapters of the zoning regulations. Both the Planning Commission and City Council feel that storage units would and should be located in industrial zones, moving them as we move forward in the future growth of Washington City. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at a public hearing at their meeting of February 16th, 2022. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed amendment to the zoning regulations, specifically Title 9-10B-2B, conditional uses, removing storage units from the section in the list of uses within those conditional uses in commercial zones onto you, the City Council. Be glad to answer any questions you have on this proposal.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ellerman?
Drew, you said the city council requested this?
I've had, yeah,
Okay, just clarifying.
I was kind of encouraged by the city, both. This is odd. I'm just going to have to tell you both. I said the Planning Commission was really one night that says, we got to do this. I brought it back to them. So sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to call a spade a spade. It might not have been you, Councilman
No,
Coates,
that's fine. I just want to
encouraged
throw it
by-
out there because
by
you said
both
it.
bodies that they'd like to see it moved after because of some recent projects that have gone through. And so I'm saying it as it is. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm not going to be under.
I just want to clarify it wasn't coming from me.
I don't
No,
mind
we
if you throw,
appreciate
I don't mind to be thrown under the bus on this one. Let me give you a little bit of my thought on it, if you don't mind, Councilman Ivy.
Please.
We have limited good commercial areas in our city. And so if you have these as a use that's allowed, the city council never gets to look at those and say, this would really be a better spot for some good commercial. And we've seen some good commercial spaces get taken up by storage units. And not that storage units are bad, they don't produce exactly what the city's looking for in terms of economic development, good paying jobs, sales tax, property tax. So this change would allow storage units to still be located in industrial or the PUD zoning that you love so much. You know, somebody could come and they could still ask for PUD and make a case that their storage unit project belongs in that spot, but straight zoning, it wouldn't be allowed.
So can I ask the question? So I read this. I mean, me and you have talked about it, Manager Red. Is there a way to say that storage units are a condition per the approval of council? So you still get your voice on it, but is that, because that's my concern, is that we are tying people's rights, their hands on their private property. I haven't been in favor of a lot of storage units that we've done in this area, and they've been approved. But I also don't want to say nobody can in commercial zones because it might make sense.
I would say you're not tying their hands. My argument would be that they could do a PUD and they could come in and make that case. So that option is available, but right now the conditional use process goes through the Planning Commission, not the council.
Yeah, but we've had privy like on height waivers. That used to be just a conditional use, and that got changed to council only a few years before I was on council. And so we could do a similar thing on storage units, but the problem with it just being a conditional use is it's still a permitted use. It's just conditions on that use.
Exactly.
But
Yeah, I'm correcting the other way though, and I'm sure Dad might jump in anyway. I would not, as your staff, recommend that you go the route that you want to, because you're throwing yourself out on that plank of the pirate ship on arbitrary and capricious, because someone could sue you a whole lot faster. I mean, right now they can sue you on conditional use, approvals and not anyway as a city. But throwing yourself, you're going to put yourself out on the tippy toes of that plank by saying, we're just going to take each one on a case-by-case basis, and either we're going to thumbs it up or thumbs it down by how we feel or whatever. I think you throw yourself into that ring of just, put a target on my back, go ahead and sue me, and you probably lose.
do you
I'm just
concur,
being
council?
straight up straight up
I'm
front.
gonna
with
ask
you
our
on
legal
that.
counsel if he agrees.
Agrees with which part?
Agrees that it's a fine line we're playing if we do go that route. Because I feel like we have the right as a council to do that. We're doing the same thing.
So currently, your commercial zoning lists storage units as a permitted use in the, or as a conditional use within the commercial zones. And the proposal is to remove storage units from the conditional uses listing as it currently stands. And so it's not listed in any of your commercial zoning as an approved use with any of those zones. It's already what you're asking for it to be, which is come to the council and give us a chance to take a shot at it. Now, state law and national law are getting rid of conditional uses altogether because that's an area where cities usually lose lawsuits on the arbitrary and capricious standards, because if it's listed as conditional use, the courts have essentially said, if it complies, then it's not a conditional use. It's a conditional use as to whether it complies with the statute. It's not a conditional use as to whether it complies with the preference of the council. And so a lot of cities are going away from conditional uses in any of their ordinance. They're pushing it to more either it's an approved use or it's a PUD or it's not at all. And so this concept would still allow them to bring it in a PUD zone, but it's doing, I think, exactly opposite of what you're asking it to do, which is leave it on a conditional use application basis.
Can I ask a couple of questions? So I agree. I just don't like the looks of storage units, and we have a lot of them, and I don't think we need any more of the traditional kind of storage unit that you think of when you think of storage units. Cinder block, roll-up door, all that kind of stuff. But as last couple of months, this came up in Planning Commission, a couple months ago, and I've been thinking about it a little bit, researching it a little bit. My main concern is that it ties our hands. And just let me, I looked online at all different kinds of storage unit projects. And there's a ton of different ones. I mean, there's all kinds of storage units that you could classify as storage units, but they store all kinds of different things, from classic cars to antiques to artwork. I mean, just all kinds of them. And one project that I saw, I think it was in Scottsdale or Miami or somewhere like that, it was a commercial development. It was based around, it was close to some car dealerships, and it was an auto-themed development. It had a couple restaurants. It had some automobile-themed retail out front, and part of the development was some classic car or exotic car storage units. They were man caves, but they were high-end ones. And I thought, wow, that's a really cool development, So my concern with this is if somebody brought a project like that into us that we really liked, part of that project would be classified as storage units, probably, technically. And so is there a pathway for a project like that to be approved if we make this happen tonight, if we get rid of storage units in commercial zoning? What if a project like that we liked came to us? Would we have to say no?
No, you could run an exceptional one through the PUD if it had other, things, if it was tied with other stuff like you were mentioning, you could do that. You could take it through your PUD commercial.
Okay.
You could also bring it in an industrial zone.
Yeah, you're allowed anywhere in the city right now, permitted storage units outright. You don't have to go through anything and put them in industrial right now.
And so you could do the storefront, the retail, and the storage unit in an industrial zone, just like you described.
Right, but what I'm saying is, what if they want to put it on Telegraph? I mean, these projects that I was looking at were nice, and they would be the nicest building right now on Telegraph if they were built.
That's why I say if
So
they're
that's
tied
what
with
I'm
other
saying.
items like that, I would absolutely say the PUD would be an
Right.
option. a great option for them to do.
So there is a pathway for a project like that to come to the city, even if we do this tonight?
Right, because
Okay.
you can then, it's still meeting part of the intent of your code for commercial use on the
Right.
restaurants and those things. This is just another part of that they're adding that they'd like to have, but then you weigh that out and say, is this, but again, we get back to what, city manager's talking about. If I just come in with the cinder block walls, the roll-up doors, the metal flat roof, and it's just door after door after door and just flat out asphalt everywhere, you can go, well, that's not really benefiting us commercially. So then you just deny, I'm not going to stop because I can't stop people from making any application, even if it's totally
Right.
out, out in left field or out of the blue. Still have to, if they want to pay the money and get before you and think they have some case, I can't stop anybody from making those. It's just I'll recommend denial. So I'm going to look at that as your staff and and I'll try to vet through as many as I can, but they still have that option to go. But if they have something else to offer, not just flat, straight storage units, but they have a commercial thing, then I'll let them apply for a PUD.
Okay.
So they have that avenue.
Thank you.
So what this would accomplish tonight if approved, it would remove a property owner's ability to cram it down without coming before the council to work their project with you. It doesn't outlaw storage units in the city, but it doesn't allow them on a straight zoning ordinance basis to come and cram it through without having to present to the council its design, its look, its feel, its accessibility, and all those things.
Thank you. At this point, I would call the applicant to come up, but apparently we're already here. So any other questions before we open the public hearing, council? Okay. This time I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to speak to this?
Dick Saunders, Washington City resident. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents and say I agree with the city manager that the biggest issue is revenue. And unless this unique project came forward that offered revenue process, which you can certainly do through the PUD, makes sense. Why give it an option? I mean, I recommend that you approve removing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else like to speak to this?
Sandra Kavanaugh. I just find this really interesting, and what Councilman Coates said about your property and what you can do with it. Is there any way to grandfather in something like this? If you already own the property, you can't just say, okay, now you can't use it for what you want. But if you buy property, you can't be.
So I'll refer that question to our legal counsel, Mr. Signaler.
Yeah, grandfathering is a real thing. The only way you're grandfathered, though, is if you have an application and an approval before this change is made. So anybody that's received an approval for this type of zoning within that type of a commercial zone is grandfathered regardless of what the council does tonight. So this would apply going forward to any applications after this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
In addition to being the economic
State your name,
development,
please.
Rusty Hughes. In addition to being the economic development director for the city, I'm also a resident of the city. And I've seen the proposals come through for storage sheds, and I've seen a huge increase in proposals for storage sheds, and not all of them get through. We do have limited commercial. Some of it is already zoned. I would like to see a higher quality commercial development. And I think it's needed to support the cost of service for the residents, including me. So I'm speaking as both the economic development director, not officially as the economic development director, but as a resident with the understanding of the need. And I did speak to a resident earlier this evening that came in with a list of complaints about how economic development was not made a priority in the city prior, and how
he saw that as a big oversight. And actually, when I spent about a half hour with him to talk to him about the plans that this council has supported and the mayor has supported, and he was really happy. He left happy, and that's a good thing, and I appreciate that. So I just want to say I'm also in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I always appreciate your comments. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Turn to the council for further discussion and or a motion.
Can I just make a comment that I love that our staff lives and works in Washington City and that they're not afraid to make comments. I love it because we get to hear both sides, their work opinion and their home opinion. So I just love that. So appreciate the comments from Rusty and Jordan tonight. So
thank you for your comments, Councilman. Motion.
I wish we could just say maybe.
I'll make a motion
Go ahead.
that we approve an ordinance for City Code Amendment to Title IX, Chapter 10, which eliminates storage units in commercial zones.
A motion by Councilwoman Casperson. We have a second.
I'll second that motion.
Second by Councilman Henderson. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilman Henderson,
Aye.
Councilman Coates, should we call to Sonder?
No. Sounds like this is what the public wants and the staff, so I'll say aye because there's a path forward for these through the PUD.
Thank you. I am an aye as well. Councilman Henderson, or excuse me, Councilman Casperson.
Aye. There's
Thank
so
you.
many sons, Henderson, Casperson.
Lots of sons there. Anyway, thank you. Okay. Yeah, it is approved. Thank you. That was several public hearings. Appreciate everyone's work on that. We now have on our agenda number 11, which is a report of officers from their assigned committee. Councilman Henderson, do you have anything to report?
I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Coates?
Yes, I have a couple things to report. We'll start with the Solid Waste Board. So I'm pleased to announce that I was voted chair of that board last
Very
meeting.
nice. Congratulations.
So it's some more responsibility, which I'm not gonna. I'm excited for it. I was asked by Mayor Randall to do it and voted by the peers of the other communities, so I was excited for it. So a couple things to go over, just some updates. Kind of the litter crew picked up 56.5 tons in the last 6 months. So that's just those two guys that walk around and pick up. So it's pretty impressive how much they picked up themselves, let alone all that we did in that one Friday between all the cities. And you can track them if you want. I think there's a website on the website, you can actually, there's a camera on their truck, so you can watch them do it if you really are interested in watching. So if you got free time on your hands, so. Yeah, but I was so interested that I didn't even look up the website and look for the link. So but if you are, it's out there somewhere, and I'm happy to track it down if we need to. One of the things that we changed in the last 2 months is that we went from not charging from green waste to charging for green waste, and then we decided we probably shouldn't charge residents for green waste. And so what we've done is and what we were trying to do is we were in the red on that green waste area, but one of the biggest users to purchase that mulch material was the cities. And so the biggest problem we had is now we had this large expense from the cities that were doing it, and the large expense from residents had to pay to dispose the green waste, and we were concerned that we might get green waste dumped places because people will dump that. So the landfill between St. George City and the landfill, St. George was able to lower their price at they have a staging site off of Brigham Road over there where you can dump it, but they only have so much space. So what they've done is they've made it so that you can take it to the landfill for free and you can take it to there, but I think they're going to do a trial basis that if they're full on Brigham Road, they're just going to shut it down. So you'll be forced to go to the landfill. But the other thing they did is they've adjusted the rates for the cities from $40 down to 25 for the loads on it. And the reason why we were able to do that was because St. George City lowered their price over at their staging yard, which helps. So it was an offset in cost, but it's better for the cities on both ends. So they're also, the landfill is going to be building a staging pad for recycled appliances for fridges, freezers, that kind of thing. So once again, residents can go dump those for free, but they're going to be building this pad to just help so they don't end up in the landfill, save a space kind of a thing. And then they can be recycled. And there's a company which will pick them up and for free, and they'll go sell them or recycle them however they do, but it's a benefit to the landfill. So, and then switching to power board, Rick covered it tonight, so we kind of talked about that. I won't go into detail because we already went through that. Just a note though, in January we used 18.2 megawatts, and I'm sure the summer is going to be way higher than that. So just FYI, I'm trying to keep track as we go over the few months. So, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that.
Can I ask a question? Are the inmates not picking up trash anymore?
So they weren't during COVID. They were limited on what they could, mostly because the inmates that can pick them up are like low level, like non-high risk inmates. But recently I heard they're coming back on with the county, and they're ran through the county on those. I did see them out there. I kind of laughed because they were cleaning the spot we literally cleaned up the week before, but it was on the schedule or something. So, but it got extra clean, so we'll just go with it. But they are out there, but it's random, but realize they cover the entire county. So, but we do have the two-man crew that was just started about a year and a half ago, but it's just two guys that can pick up. So we're still going to have to do some more community cleanups and do the best we can, but I think the next one we should do is hit Telegraph.
So Councilman Henderson, I can tell you that the inmates are planning to work the county fair this year. So we do know that that's moving forward. Councilwoman Casperson, do you have anything to report from your assigned committee? Or
Well, speaking of community cleanups, we have one scheduled for March 26th. And we're going to meet at Veterans Park at 8 a.m. And this was something that the Cotton Days Committee felt was important to kind of clean up our community and have it be really nice before all those celebrations and the fun that's going to be taking place for that. We'll be at 8 a.m. We're going to meet at Veterans Park, and then we'll probably split up at.
Do you want to get the Love Where You Live guys to come help with that?
Yeah, I can reach out.
So I can work with Rain with that if
Okay.
you want. So I'll coordinate with you, Councilman
what's-
Casperson.
what's the date on that again, please?
It's March 26th.
Okay.
And really, they don't bring a big group, but they have a big following on social media, which helps.
Yeah.
So you can get it out, and some of our residents follow that. So it just adds additional people to help.
Okay,
Potentially.
thank you. That'd be great. And then another thing that I needed to ask all of you is, and bring up the tour that I've been talking about, the active transportation tour. And so the purpose of this is to kind of discuss design, safety, walkability. And Ben has a great plan that he has in place for this. But he wants to know who needs a bike, because Red Rock said that they could provide some bikes for those that need it for that. It'll be about an hour. And it's on April 6th, because that was when we were planning on doing, the workshops. So
Those e-bikes,
not for you, but
they have a throttle on them.
I will see if they have an e-bike for you. So I need to get a number. And if you guys are planning on that, and maybe we could do that.
I
You
think we
guys
can,
could send me an email or something.
sure, unless you want.
What's the date on that again?
So that will be April 6th. And we'll just meet here at 4 p.m.
Would you just have them add that to our calendar?
Yes.
And then maybe have, maybe staff send an email just to remind us of that?
Will there be first responders on site for me if I If I kill over from riding my
Are you going to
bike,
bring a Harley or a?
I could bring that,
You're
yeah.
saying no, I'm just saying, just send someone else besides you three, if you don't want to come.
Yeah, is there any like bikes? I'll put that on there, that we need to get, some people there in case. I specifically want to have the manager there, if we can write that in there.
Brad, will you
Councilwoman,
be able
is
to
the
make that?
tour, do you know the tour route?
Yeah. We'll start here, and we're just basically going to be on Main Street for the most part. We're going to stop at different spots on Main Street, and then we'll go over to 100 East. So it's not that far. I'm not thinking that we'll have anyone pass out. My route, I wanted to have it be longer, but I don't know.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
And that is all for me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So I do have some things to report, but I'm going to just focus on the legislative, the legislature that closed last Friday, 9 at midnight. It ended 45 days in a fast and furious manner. There was even some excitement and fireworks just before it closed. I am going to work on a report for some of the bills that are most impactful to our city now that we know that they passed. And I'm just going to briefly mention them tonight because we are going to work on getting that report out. But the main bill that I want to talk about is HB 462, which was the Housing Affordability Amendment. And while this is kind of like most things in life, we like most of it. So it was a great starting point, and it helps to address. And I think that we can, if it works out for us, it'll blend in nicely with what we talked about in the workshop session. Some other items, the Colorado River Authority passed a bill. They're continuing to work and advocate for our water in the Colorado River. There was some other, I'm just kind of picking and choosing the ones that would be most. HB 151 retail incentive passed on its second substitute. That's something that we need to be aware of, and I'm sure Rusty will bring that forward when it's time. HB 242 was secondary water metering amendments, and that passed as well. That will be something that we will have to be aware of, and we will. There was a passage of an inland port. It doesn't affect us here, but it does affect our state. That's been a hot topic for some time, but that did pass. And then let's see, probably one that we've talked about before, and it did pass, SB 110, was water as part of the general plan. So we'll have to work that through our next cycle for our general plan. And the one bill that I've been asked a lot about, HB 60 was the Senate, the vaccine passport bill by Representative Brooks. That did not make it to the floor of the Senate. With time ran out on that. So a lot of people have asked why. That's why it just didn't get time before the session ended. But the one thing the last bill I want to mention is HB 374. This was a sensitive material in school bill. Now, I don't know why we have to have that to keep sensitive material out of school, but you'll be happy to know that it did pass. So it was a great session. I enjoyed being there. Our lobbyists did a great job. They were very responsive, and we were able to have great communication with our legislators. We did have a breakfast the other morning where they gave a report, and I was able to take Ms. Jordan Hess went with me to that, and we was able to introduce him to our legislators, and look forward to even being more active next legislative session and throughout this year. We do anticipate there'll be 3 or 4 sessions during the year to address some more immediate concerns. But all in all, it was a good session. It didn't pass quite as many bills this year, and it was it's always an experience on the hill. So again, I just extend that invitation next year. Anyone wants to go, I'd love to have a shoulder partner. That ride gets long. So anyway, that is all that I have. Mr. Red, our city manager, for your report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a couple items to report that I think are of note to the council and probably the residents. Our building permits are still looking very strong, but they are down a little bit from last year. We're projecting this year to be around 800, which would be our second largest year, but slightly down from last year. And some of that difference would be due to some supply chain issues that have been slowing some large developments. We do have some developers who are ready to go, itching to get started, but they're waiting on some equipment and materials. Our sales tax, our February remittance was the second largest month ever for Washington City. So we're still seeing very strong sales tax increases. We're running about 16% ahead of last fiscal year so far this year. So we want to temper that enthusiasm with what we're seeing in the economy and inflation, because that will also help drive up some of that sales tax revenue. But we're watching that very carefully. It's going to be an interesting budget that we're working on right now to try to make everything work. A couple of projects, and if I get any of them wrong, Mike will correct me. But the Grapevine wells that we drilled that are up in the Grapevine area, the site and pump work is completed on those, and they're 600 gallons per minute. More water is now available as needed, and they're installing the SCADA beginning next week. We are working on the design of the Washington Fields Road from the Warner Valley exit to the south end of our community by the airport. Right now, the street and the water line are being discussed and designed, and we're working with other partners such as Sitla on the alignment to get that completed. Washington Dam Road is the perpetual project. They'll be starting curb and gutter on the south side of the road. The water and the storm lines are almost complete, and we should be finished with the sewer line by the end of the week. So I know it feels like that project is never ending, but it's doing really well and completing quickly. We should be completed, if all goes well, by the middle of May, just in time for the Ironman race. And then the road maintenance project, I think this is an important one to kind of get out there so our residents are aware of it. We have a lot of slurry seal that's going to start happening, and that'll start the week of the 28th and should be completed in about 30 days from that point. So that's my report, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Red. I think that concludes our business. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
I motion that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motion by Henderson, second by Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. Thank you.